Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Flip the Coin in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 7. Fugaku remembered it all too clearly. It kept looping in his head, over and over. It kept him up at night. Uchunin had burst into his office to hand him a quick report explaining that a teacher from the academy had been killed by Danzo's men after bringing sensitive information to the Hokage, and by sensitive he meant decades of illegal missions, child snatching and warmongering. The very next moment, Itake had walked into his office, and he was in tears. Itake, in tears. Fugaku hadn't seen his oldest son cry since he was 5 years old probably. Shisui was following close behind, white as a sheet, eyes dry but shining. "Dad," Itake had said. Third shock. That had also been gone for years. And then Itake had told him about Danzo, about Umbu, about being a spy, and about how their plot for overthrowing the Hokage was well known up above. About what was intended to be done about it. The next moment, it was Hyuga Hayashi who marched up into the room. What the hell, Fugaku? This time he could count in decades the last occurrence of the man being so familiar with him. And Fugaku, world crashing down around him, had blurted out, "The Uchiha have been planning a coup, and Danzo has been plotting to wipe us all out." The only thing Hayashi had to say to that was, "I should have known walking in here that things could get even worse than they already were." Fugaku had been so sure that the other clan heads would side with the Hokage. None of them had lifted a finger when the Uchiha had been humiliated and ostracized publicly. Fugaku had assumed they were all too happy to see his clan fall, to see them put in their place like they had always wanted. It had never even occurred to him to seek their support, to make his case to them before deciding no one would be on their side. Hayashi, and the others too, had things to say to that. They had been mad at Fugaku, of course, for wanting to bring war back to their doorstep instead of taking his grievance to them, for assuming they would be deaf to his pleas. But it was nothing compared to the wrath they held against Danzo, and, as time passed and the stories unfurled, against the Sandaime. Nothing compared to their sense of betrayal when they discovered that Danzo's, and the Hokage to some extent they still didn't fully know, solution to a dissident clan trying to stir trouble was to have them all murdered. Potentially by one of their own children. At that point most of them were already on the warpath. Inoichi and Shivi, notably, after rescuing Yamanaka Fu and Abarame Torin from Danzo's roots, children of their own they had reluctantly let go, only to find out their supposed special training was getting brainwashed in the bottom of a cave. There were dozen more children, some thought dead for years, a lot of them snatched during the chaos brought by the Kyuubi's attack. That's what Danzo had been up to then. There was no way the Hokage didn't know. No way he didn't at least suspect. He had either been absurdly blind or purposefully obtuse, both were crimes that couldn't just be swept under the rug. 2 years now they had been having these meetings regularly, diving back into issues they had left unattended for decades, no longer able to trust their leaders, be it the Hokage or his old counselors. There was no one to take the old Sandaime's place for now, and they couldn't afford to appear leaderless in front of the other villages, so they had to maintain the status quo. The Sandaime remained in place, his image intact to the general population. There were no other options, for now. The various ninja clans of Konoha had never had such good relationships. As terrible as all the events leading to this had been, this part was, surprisingly nice. Where had it gone, all these years? They used to be friends, all of them. They had gone to the academy together, had been teammates, had fought side by side. They had sworn, once upon a time, as only young and foolish teens could, that they wouldn't fall into the same trap their parents had. That they wouldn't cross out their friendship, wouldn't put their clan before everything else, wouldn't ever end up pitching against each other. Every day they were rediscovering the magnitude with which they had failed this. But here they were now. Holding those meetings at the Hokage Tower seemed wrong somehow, even if it was the administration center, so they did it in the Nara district, for the sole reason that they were the only one to have a table big enough for them all. Especially since their number had slowly grown. Mikoto, first. "I'm coming with you," she had said the very first time, and it wasn't always, but sometimes at least Fugaku knew not to argue with his wife. It bothered him, but he had figured she would keep to herself and see that there was no need for her there, and not come back. Right. As soon as she had stepped in the room, Shikaku had made some comments about what she was doing here. If you don't like it, you can fuck right off, Shikaku. And I'm inviting Yoshino, next time. Shikaku had shut his damn mouth, and both their wives were around the table the next time. Shivi's wife came when he couldn't, although Fugaku wasn't sure that was actually his wife. The Abarame weren't big on marriage, or on monogamy for that matter. But she was his son's mother and his second in command, and held the same power he did. Tsum had been bringing her daughter Hana for a few months now, as she would take the lead of the clan in a few years, and Tsum wanted to start preparing her as soon as possible. If not for their subject of conversation, this would have felt very domestic indeed. They had discussed Hokage succession, again, and came up short on solutions, again. Fugaku had almost gave up on bringing up the Naruto case. One scalding look from Mikoto, and he was explaining to his fellow clan leaders Naruto's seemingly troubled relationship with the Uchiha's dojutsu. Why do you find it so concerning? Shikaku asked when he was done. Fugaku took his time to answer. Maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe they were worrying over nothing. But he couldn't let it go. It was a mix of a gut feeling, Mikoto's own worries, and the still burning shame of such issues he had overlooked before, that had nearly led all he knew and loved to ruins. You know how the Uchiha clan was accused of having brought the beast down onto the village, Fugaku started. He saw them frown in annoyance, unwilling to argue about this again. No one ever took it seriously, Tsum said. She hadn't, probably, and most hadn't either, but it would be a lie to say no one had bought into the theory. We did, Mikoto intervened, cutting through their murmurs. We took it very seriously, Fugaku went on. We actually accounted for the whereabouts of all the active Sharingan users at the time. It wasn't that unreasonable a claim. The clan had nothing to do with it, but not everyone follows the wishes of their clan. They all nodded somberly, having all dealt with their fair share of internal struggles. I supposed you found nothing, Inoichi said to pick up the thread. No. At the time we concluded none of us committed that terrible betrayal. However, he was bearing the full weight of their attention now. Everyone had more or less accepted the fact that the beast had fallen upon them by the whim of fate, and nothing more. They had come to terms with the random cruelty of that day, with the Kyuubi breaking free despite the precaution taken for Kushina to give birth to her son. The beast freed, it had attacked, and that was the end of it. We've come to believe that there might be someone, out of the village, in possession of the Sharingan. The admission was humiliating to say the least. The Uchiha had always prided themselves of the perfect grasp they had over their dojutsu. Never stolen or fallen into enemies' hands, like the Byakugan. The only bump in their track record was the eye of Hatake Kakashi, but it still remained in the confine of the village. A rogue Uchiha? Hayashi asked. Or a thief, Fugaku retorted, even if he wasn't sure which one would be worse. A thief was more likely, because they hadn't had any deserters in decades, but who knew? What put you on that track then? Shikaku asked, never one to lose focus. Fugaku exchanged a look with Mikoto, who nodded slightly, determined. Itake was approached by a man. In regard to? Well. You know. He couldn't say it. He could barely fathom it on his best days, there was no way he could just acknowledge it out loud. That it had only remained in the realm of distant possibility didn't change a thing. Danzo had asked it of his son. He had actually asked him. It was a good thing the man was far away from them now. They nodded, sporting matching expression of horror and resentment on their face for just a second. They were all thinking the same thing, it could have been my clan, my family, my child. Granted, none of them had a history quite as shaky as the Uchihas with the village, but it was delusional to think Danzo would have stopped there. He hadn't hesitated to snatch clan kids, to have important people from other villages murdered, to plan the extermination of an entire clan. Where would he have stopped? The man offered help. He didn't reveal his name or identity, but the Sharingan doesn't need to be activated to be detected. And Itake was paranoid enough by then that he had looked for it with his own, just in case. Itake could only say for sure the man had a powerful dojutsu. And his interest in him is enough to make a leap as to what dojutsu exactly, Inoichi concluded. Kushina never displayed any fear of the Sharingan, Mikoto said. But we can imagine Naruto would if the fox's experience of it is more recent. With a Sharingan out there, it becomes plausible. Plausible, alarming, and life-changing. It would mean it wasn't fate, it wasn't bad luck, it wasn't the wrath of a god. It was deliberate. Why bring that up now, Fugaku? If you've suspected it for so long, Chauza asked, with a surprising lack of reproach in his voice. Fugaku considered getting out of this one, spinning a quick excuse. It was a reflex at this point, he was used to lying by default, to never be outright and honest about anything. He muzzled the urge as he felt Mikoto's eyes bore a hole into his skull from his side. I wouldn't have, he said bluntly. We've been investigating the matter for a long time and are no closer to solving it, but I would rather keep it in Uchiha's business still, even if additional resources would be welcomed. It was our failure, he said through gritted teeth, whether as Uchiha, or as the Konoha police force, if there was someone indeed who infiltrated the village to subdue the Kyuubi, we failed to prevent it, and we should be the ones to right that wrong. But he wasn't a fan of that honesty policy. It complicated interactions that a quick lie would have easily smoothed over, and it made him look bad more often than not. He felt vulnerable, exposed, and like he was giving ammunition to the people listening. But Fugaku remembered it all too clearly. It kept looping in his head, over and over. It kept him up at night. Itake's crying face, the horror of a fate that had been narrowly avoided, out of sheer dumb luck. But Itake asked me to, he admitted. It should have been a bad thing to admit. Something that could be used against him, that made him appear weak. He didn't keep the truth close to his chest, never to be shared, out of vindication or pleasure, he honestly thought it was the best thing to do. To protect himself and his own. Except the other clan heads around the table didn't show mockery or disdain, nor calculation, or threat. If anything, they looked pleasantly surprised, that of all he could have said, this was what he was going for. He wondered if they believed him or just appreciated he would choose such an excuse, wasn't sure which one would please them the most, and which he would find less offensive. But Fugaku was forced to admit something he had refused to see for so long. The people around that table weren't his enemies. We will look into it then, Yoshino summarized, unfazed. And keep a close eye on the boy. But I believe your son is ahead of us on the matter, isn't he? Fugaku didn't have to turn around to picture his wife snickering and trying badly to hide it. She shouldn't have been so careless on the matter. Just because their friends had made no comment over Sasuke and Naruto's friendship didn't make it any better an idea than it was. The ground was too shifty under their feet still, and they had just openly confessed that an Uchiha behind the Kyuubi's attack was a possibility. Naruto was a danger even without factoring in the power he could yield. Now wasn't the time to pick up that particular fight though. He is. And Itachi is watching them. How is Itachi anyway? Inoichi asked. He often did. He had insisted for a long time that Itachi saw one the therapists specializing in shinobi and their trauma at the Konoha hospital, but Itachi had always refused. Fugaku had been of a mind to make him go anyway, and it had resulted in a few frustrating sessions where Itachi had stayed silent as a tombstone despite the therapist's best efforts. Inoichi had reasoned that the boy would go on his own term when he felt the need. Shisui had agreed without a fuss, at least. There was no telling what good it did him though, despite his easy demeanor, Shisui was guarded, opening up only to Itachi, or so Fugaku assumed. He had to restrain himself from just requesting answers from them, or ordering them to deal with what had happened. He had a feeling they wouldn't obey anyway. Not anymore. Besides, Mikoto would probably behead him. We're not sure, she answered in his place, traces of concern in her otherwise steady voice. He seems to hold it together, but it's not like he's sharing much with us. That was another thing that had surprised Fugaku greatly, the overwhelming sympathy Itachi had received from those in the known, seeing that, at the bottom of it, he had come very close to becoming a traitor to the village, and to weaken it greatly. But if none of them were particularly good at recognizing children for what they were, children, they were still all better than him. Itachi was 13 years old then. 13. What about the kids, Inoichi? Mikoto asked, as much out of genuine concern as to change the subject, Fugaku presumed. Inoichi sighed and exchanged a heavy glance with Shivi. Torin and Fu are doing fine, all things considered, along with most of those who were returned to their family. Kids are resilient. As for those others. The orphans, right? The ones you took in, Hayashi asked. Fugaku couldn't decide if there was reprobation in his voice. He had never been able to tell if he just naturally looked and sounded judgmental, that's why he was so infuriating. Shin and Sai, although those names were only assigned to them once for mission purposes. We couldn't find anything in Danzo's files that would give an inkling to their background and family. They're not causing any troubles. I would say the issue is quite the opposite. In front of the other's questioning expression, Inoichi sighed again. For all intent and purposes, they are fully formed Umbu soldiers despite their age. A lifetime of conditioning isn't that easily shaken. Fugaku was among the dispatched Jounin who had raided the route headquarters the first time after Danzo's arrest. The resistance they had found there had been incomprehensible, the older members were enraged, pushed into a fanatical frenzy by the downfall of their leader, despite it being legitimate. Most had had to be incapacitated, a few had been killed. And then there were the children. Sitting on bunk beds in a common dormitory, waiting for their fate calmly. The boy that would later call himself Shin was standing in the middle of the room, protecting the one that would call himself Sai. He had looked at Fugaku with quiet resolve as he asked, "Are you going to kill us, sir?" He seemed fully expectant to hear an affirmative. They didn't look scared. They didn't look anything, blank faces and still postures. Fugaku was sure they would have fought to the death though, had they been pushed to. To be honest, I don't really know what's going on with them. Well, Ino has been having much more success than me at breaking through them. It's better than nothing, so I'm leaving it to her right now. The way he was saying it, he didn't have much of a choice. Fugaku was unfamiliar with the offspring of the various clans, but even he had heard about Yamanaka Ino's notorious reputation for mischief of the highest level, far from the harmless shenanigans regular kids got up to. Had he felt like he could have any say in this, Fugaku would have probably advised Suzuki to stay away from her. But seeing how the boy had been acting up lately, it would only encourage him to befriend her. Kids were exhausting. It doesn't help that we can't seem to convince them that Danzo isn't coming back. They just can't fully believe it. Frankly, I don't blame them. It was by far the heaviest weight on the clan's relationship with the Hokage right now. After everything that had happened, everything that Danzo had been accused of. The Sandaime had refused to have him executed. So many had been killed for far less. Treason was the worst possible crime in the shinobi world, and that Danzo fancied himself the most loyal of them all, acting solely for the village's interest, did nothing to alleviate the weight of his crimes. The Hokage was protecting him, even now, and none could forgive him for it. Danzo had been sent to an isolated location deep into the Fire Country, effectively imprisoned, but still alive and well, and still able to talk. To reach out. Would it have been so hard to at least cut off his tongue? The symbolism would have been great too, after the lengths they had had to go to have him remove the seals that bound his subordinate's voice. None of them felt safe from his influence and meddling. How could the Sandaime not see that? Danzo was still a threat. He would be as long as he was alive. Well, on that cheery note, I think we can call off that meeting for the day, Shikaku exclaimed with his usual gruffness. If Hayashi always sounded pedantic, Shikaku always sounded annoyed, and it was impossible to tell at what. Fugaku would have appreciated a little formality for once, but he knew not to expect anything resembling protocol from his fellow clan leaders. They all packed their notes, chattering amicably. Fugaku made plans to meet with Inoichi at the intelligence division to talk at length about the Rogue Uchiha case. Inyazuka Hana approached him just as Mikoto and him were taking their leave. "Are you going back to the headquarters, Uchiha-san?" she asked pleasantly, always polite. He exchanged a brief look with Mikoto, who nodded. "I am. You can walk with me." The girl smiled and fell into step with him. Mikoto took the direction of the training ground to meet with her genin team, and Fugaku and Hana started to make their way to the Konoha police headquarters. It was so strange, how they got used to everything, even change they were convinced would never truly set in. When it had been suggested that a step toward the reintegration of the Uchiha clan in the village could be to end their exclusive hold on the police force, most of them had protested, although they had complained about it being a mean of confining the clan to the village before. But they had made the most of that assignment, and they took great pride in being the force that protected Konoha within its walls. The Umbu for outside threats, the Konoha police for inside ones, and the rest of the ninja force to carry on missions for the reputation and prosperity of the village. Except it meant everyone was wary of them and their power to meddle and snoop around people's business. And the fact that they could cover up whatever they wanted, including a traitor in their rank. Those who didn't think the clan as a whole was responsible for the Kyuubi thought it had at least hidden the traitor, because how come the police of police had let that slip? Fugaku didn't know either. It was their greatest failure. Well, that, and the entire operating of Root. Years of Danzo's shinobi carrying unauthorized missions, taking out those he thought were threats to the village or himself, kidnapping children. And they had never suspected a thing. Those kids' life ruined, it was on Fugaku and his fellow clansmen. They should have put a stop to it, but they were busy enough trying to battle off the villagers' growing mistrust. Mistrust due partly to their inability to find those children. Sage, what a mess. Fugaku had been forced to admit fresh blood within their ranks was a necessity, but had asked that in turn that his clan would no longer be restrained either. So, no more Uchiha excluded from the administration, and no more non-Uchiha excluded from the police force. It had caused outrage, at first, but no one batted an eye now, as Hana entered the building on his heels. Refusing changes wasn't an option. They had to move forward now. But seriously, why couldn't they cut off Danzo's head? Ino. Sakura felt her face redden immediately, and she cursed herself for getting overwhelmed by something so simple as calling out a sort of friend in the middle of the corridor. It's just, these days it felt like she wasn't ever using her voice at school. She wasn't even answering the teacher's questions anymore. Every time she wanted to raise her hand, she thought of all the comments she had received about how she was an arrogant bookworm who thought she was smarter than everyone else because she always knew the answers to everything, and she kept her hand down. Mizuki had called her out on it one day after class, saying that it was weird they weren't hearing her during lessons anymore, and Sakura had felt a wave of rage and bitterness rise inside of her, a strong feeling impossible to stifle down that was showing more and more often lately. He knew what had happened, he knew what the others thought of her. He had to know why she was scared to display her good academics. And yet he had phrased it like it was too bad, a disappointment really, and why was it that way? She hated his guts. Anyway, she was quiet at school, and when she talked she felt like her voice carried all across the room, all across the entire building, that everyone could hear her, and nobody liked it. In practice, only Ino stopped in her track and turned, instead of following Shikamaru and Koji outside for recess. Sakura waited for the corridor to empty out. Soon enough, they were alone. "Do you want something?" Ino asked, not unkindly despite her rough tone. Now that Sakura handled Naruto on a regular basis, even Ino's grumpy demeanor appeared nice and refreshing in comparison. "I wanted to thank you for the paper. And, you mentioned you could acquire other things, if need be." For some reason, this seemed to please Ino, who relaxed and took a step to get closer to Sakura, a conspiratorial smile on her face. "Need you some more illegal material, Sakura?" she said mischievously. Sakura blushed. "It's not illegal. Just, relax. Just tell me what you need. I need some sort of resource on sealing. Scrolls, books, to learn the basics, something like that." Ino stared at her with enough intensity that Sakura squirmed a little, feeling exposed. "I'll ask Sai," Ino finally agreed. "But you need to give him something in return." "What, like, he asks for payment?" "He doesn't ask," Ino said. Her expression had darkened, her mouth set in an upset fold. "Whatever is asked of him, he will do it." She seemed greatly distressed by the fact. "We're trying to break him out of it though, hence the reward. Anything you want, but you'll have to trade it with him in person." It had been a while since Sakura hadn't been caught in Ino's weird schemes, she had forgotten the utter oddity of her ways. Their classmates who feared her had no idea they should have actually feared her more. "Okay. Cool. Ino walked off with a light strut and without a care in the world, as if they hadn't just discussed a shady deal like some petty criminals in a back alley. Sakura chuckled helplessly. What was even her life? All right. This should be simple. Naruto raised a skeptical eyebrow at Sakura, who had been studying the scroll for a good 20 minutes and seemed no closer to deciphering it. She had refused once again to say where she had gotten it, but Naruto had anticipated this time. He had been stalking her for a few days, and was now reasonably certain that that Psy weirdo from their class dealt shinobi material against baked goods. A terrible deal really, since Naruto had tasted Sakura's cookies before, but the results were the same. Here they were with a scroll on base ceiling. According to Sakura, anyway. Naruto couldn't decipher any of the scroll. He could only recognize what was written instruction and what was actual seals to reproduce, and that was about it. What is it supposed to do? Sasuke asked, brows furrowed, and Naruto took great comfort in the fact that Sasuke could read, and still looked about as lost as Naruto felt. It's a simple charging seal. To store up chakra. It's entry level, so it's only for one jutsu. You put chakra in, so you can use it later, when you're all run out I guess. Huh. This is just the storing part though, there's nothing on how you're supposed to release it. What the point then? Sasuke mumbled. He had made no secret of what he thought, personally, on sealing. He wanted to spar, not waste time on an art he would make no use of, or something. He was less available lately, seen a lot with his two annoying relatives, not that Naruto cared. Naruto knew how to rile him up anyway, a simple comment about how he was just afraid he couldn't do it, and Sasuke was on board to try it with them. Quit whining. Okay, take the scroll and try to draw that. Naruto had never been particularly good at drawing or calligraphy, he could barely write his own name. But copying the seal wasn't that hard. In fact, it was pretty easy. There was a symmetry there, a pattern, that made the design obvious once he'd studied it long enough. Even the kanjis scattered around the circles and at the end of the various branches made more sense to him than they ever had. They had a reason to be there. Their meaning was obvious. The ink smeared a little, but it was simple enough to work it into the symbols, and it was barely visible once he was done. He looked at the final product and found, something didn't add up. He couldn't have said why, but he didn't like it. He checked on the scroll again, but he has made no mistake. Still, something felt off. Without thinking, he added just a few extra lines under some of the branches that formed a sort of sun around the blank space in the middle where he supposed the sealing would take place. Now, that was better. Not perfect yet, but better. He looked up to glance at the other's scroll. Sasuke's was the worst by far, all wobbly and uneven. Sasuke had extraordinary steady and sure hands for throwing weapons, but it looked like it didn't extend to handling a brush. Sakura's was better, but Naruto didn't like it for some reasons. He almost said something, but refrained. What did he know about this anyway? Hers was probably better, he just couldn't see it. All right, and then? They glanced together at the hand signs drawn hastily at the bottom of the scroll. There's not much of an instruction, you just send chakra at it. And that final sign is to complete the sealing. Sasuke was the best at madras, able to do them faster than everyone in their class, but this wasn't a combat situation or even a combat techniques. There was no rush. Naruto formed the signs carefully, satisfied that the combination felt natural, flowing. There had been something on Madra theory the other day in class, about how certain pattern would feel easier to handle than others depending on chakra affinity, but Naruto wasn't paying much attention then. Since he had no idea how much chakra he was supposed to use, he just called up whatever came to him, but contrary to Sakura and Sasuke who slapped their hands on the paper as soon as their sings were done, he paused, hands joined in the tiger sign. Let it come up. Let it be. Just as his two companions flopped back with defeated sighs, Naruto pressed his hands on the paper. There was an indication on the scroll about where they were supposed to go, but he hadn't looked, so he just put them where he thought would work best. The signs would guide the chakra anyway, that's what they were there for. He felt it rush out, he didn't have to control it. He just had to stop the flow, whenever he wanted. When he felt like it was enough, He cut the flow and lifted his hands, only to clap them together immediately. It felt final that way. The jutsu fell away. In the circle that was once blank now stood the chakra kanjis written in a lighter color than the ink spread around it. Naruto turns to the others, only to see theirs were still blank, and that they were looking at his scrolls with no little envy. Huh, Sasuke commented helpfully. Sasuke remembered clearly the first time he had tried the Katon Jutsu. He had been disappointed then because his father had, but at the time, he remembered how easy it had been to just make the signs and call up the fire. Despite his father's feeble explanations, he had managed it on the first time, albeit on a ridiculously small scale. Ninjutsu had always come easily to him, but this was different. This felt natural. He had been reminded, a bit, when Naruto had tried to explain to them how he had managed to make that seal work. Despite their best effort, neither Sasuke nor Sakura had been able to. It wasn't that bad. Sasuke had no interest in seals, a chakra-consuming and complicated art, and having Naruto manage it on the very first try while his two friends couldn't figure it out could have been frustrating, but it was nice, instead. He had been happy, even he'd tried to hide it. Sasuke was content with that. However, Naruto wasn't the prime example Sasuke had of innate talent. That award, of course, went to Itachi, who had never struggled at anything in his life, to whom everything came effortlessly. Sasuke remembered his first Katon now, in the middle of training with his brother and cousin, because shortly after, as he complained to his mother about none of the other kids at school being any good at ninjutsu, which was easy, right, she had explained to him how things that came easy for him wouldn't come so easy to others. That being able to understand that, and to reach through to the ones who couldn't figure things out as fast as he did, it was what would make him truly great at his skill. He had understood, vaguely, that she was talking about the talent of teaching others. It was hard indeed, as proven by his attempt to teach ninjutsu to Naruto, and by, well, what was happening right now. His mother had said that genius often made for terrible teachers, and she was right. It's not that Itachi was mean about it, or too severe or anything like this. But he was utterly incapable of explaining anything clearly. Sasuke supposed that it made sense, he didn't have to think about it. He had barely needed to learn those things himself, they had been minimally explained to him before he could reproduce them on the spot. Which led to his current level of frustration. No, not like that. How then? Not like that. Sasuke threw his arms up. This was pointless. Itachi couldn't impart any of his wisdom, it was beyond him. Sasuke would have been tempted to think he was doing it on purpose, if not for the confused and slightly distressed look growing on Itachi's face as he failed to explain himself to his brother. Sasuke cast a helpless look at Shisui, looking greatly amused by what he was watching. You're rushing, Sasuke. Being able to form signs quickly is a good skill, but only if they're still flawless. This is a much more advanced jutsu than the simple fireball. You can't be sloppy in any way. Itachi was sporting a puzzled expression that belonged on Sasuke's face, not his. Itachi was supposed to know these things. Supposed to know what he was doing. But maybe he just wasn't. Thanks, Shisui, Itachi said. Shisui grinned. What would you do without me, I wonder? Sasuke had always assumed that Itachi treated Shisui differently than the rest of the entire world, because he saw something in him, something that had made them friends beyond their blood connection, something that set Shisui apart. He was starting to understand it was the other way around. It's Shisui who treated Itachi differently. Not from how he treated the others, but from how the others treated Itachi. His talent was well advertised in the village, everyone was always a little awed over the Uchiha prodigy. Even his classmates, people his age, even people he had never met before. They were respectful and full of praise, but also a little distant, like they didn't feel like they could actually approach him. There were those who tried to gain his attention and his favors. There were those who openly despised him. And then there was Shisui, of whom the first distinct memory Sasuke had was him tugging Itachi's ponytail loose to bind two kunais together in a failed attempt to invent a new kind of weapon that had resulted in a broken window and a very long lecture. Shisui had always treated him like a friend. He wasn't envious or jealous, even when there were some to whisper behind their back that he must have been bitter, for Itachi was younger but better than him already. But Shisui had no care for any of this. It's normal not to make it on the first try, Itaka tried lamely. Sasuke shrugged. TSS, thanks, I know that. Shisui clicked his tongue with a frown, to Sasuke's puzzlement. Itaka looked upset. No, but, really, I know that. I wasn't expecting to. I just need to keep practicing, he added for good measure. He was annoyed at the way they relaxed. Did they really think he was such a brat? He wasn't an idiot. He knew learning jutsu took time, for the vast majority of people. Itaka was the exception, not the rule. Sasuke truly didn't care about that, no more than Shisui did. It wasn't Itaka being the best at everything that bothered him. His brother was like he was, it was a good thing. He was strong, he could protect himself and protect others, he was respected. Those were good things. The anger Sasuke had over this wasn't toward Itaka. He was plenty angry at Itaka, but not about that. It's the others that enraged him. If Sasuke wanted to beat Itaka, it wasn't so that he would get to be stronger than him. It was just so that he too would be seen, finally. Would be recognized. What? He asked angrily at their open surprise. We would have thought you'd be more upset about this, Shisui said calmly, honest as ever. Sasuke focused back on repeating the mantras to avoid their gaze. What does it matter, he mumbled. I'll get it eventually. When you use a jutsu in battle, no one's gonna point a finger and say, yeah, but it took him 2 years to learn it. They'll say ah and it burns and then they'll die. Sasuke was broken out of his concentration by a sound. A weird, ridiculous sound, the kind people made when a laugh was startled out of them and they didn't have time to stifle it entirely, a dirty mix between a groan and sneeze. Itaka was snickering into his collar. Sasuke wasn't sure why it gave him a pause. Maybe because it was hard to conjure up the image of Itaka laughing. Maybe because here they were, the three of them in that clearing, training together and now laughing too. Truth be told, Sasuke had never cared that much about training with Itaka. But it was the only way that maybe Itaka would agree to hang out, since he was always so busy. Sasuke just wanted them to spend time together. Well, now, he really needed to train. But this was nice all the same. We underestimated you, Sasuke. Sorry, Shisui said, and his tone was mocking but gentle too, very fond. Itaka's smile faded away, as it often did. Sasuke wondered was dark thoughts plagued him to the point that he couldn't be content for more than a few moments. Maybe he'd ask, one day. So, like that? Sasuke asked again, intent on making the most of that session. No, not like that. How then? Not like that. Shisui's laugh rung clearly through the woods. Yo. Sai raised his head from his notebook to see who was suddenly blocking the sun. It was a boy. Blonde. From his class. Sai searched his memory for a second. Uzumaki Naruto. Person of interest, but the reason why was classified. Terrible student, known not to be very friendly. Addressing him, apparently. Hello. Shin and Ino, sitting on each side of him on the bench, tensed visibly as they interrupted their conversation to assess the newcomer. They said nothing though. I need you to teach me, Naruto said. Sai was going to ask what, but saw that Naruto was pointing at his notebook, where he had been drawing absent-mindedly, small animals running around the pages as he waited for recess to be over and class to resume. They had so much leisure time now, it was exhausting. He didn't get how people came up constantly with ways to fill their time, with how much they had. Why? Learning seals. Need to be better with a brush, Naruto said curtly, seemingly fed up with the conversation already. Low tolerance for social interactions? At least with strangers. Spent enough time with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, could be labeled as friends. Never seen talking all that much though. Sai could relate. I see. Sai was going to agree, since he had no reason not to, but Ino cleared her throat loudly by his side, and he cast her a long, puzzled look, trying to decipher what she was trying to tell him. After a while she just sighed, exasperated. And what will he get in return, she asked Naruto. Ah, that was that. He was supposed to ask, but he always forgot, because he didn't care. He didn't need nor want anything. What was the point? I'm not paying you, Naruto replied immediately, like the mere suggestion offended him. Thank you, Sai answered. Money was yet another issue he could go without for now. It confused him to the highest level. Just owning things made his head hurt. Naruto frowned. You could teach me something, Sai offered, struck with inspiration. That would placate Ino, wouldn't it? Sai was interested in learning things. It seemed to be all he was doing beside drawing, ever since they had been placed in the Yamanaka's care, and he was okay with continuing on that path for now. Well, I guess I could. Could you? Is there anything you can do? Ino asked. She was more aggressive than necessary. Sai took it to mean they had history together. Ex-partners maybe? Ino talked a lot about love and boys, even if she wasn't seen often in the company of one or the other, present company notwithstanding. Naruto glared at her, either vexed or hurt, it was hard to tell. I can teach you to pickpocket, Naruto said after a moment of reflection. What? That's out of the question. Sai turned toward Shin this time. It was annoying this habit him and Ino had to bracket him, it meant he couldn't look at both at the same time. Why not? Sai asked. It's a good skill to have, Ino admitted. Are you any good though? Was I ever arrested? That's your answer. It's really not. It's not the question. Shin said again, louder this time, flustered at the way he was being ignored. Sai is not learning to pickpocket. Sai shrugged. He didn't care either way, but if Shin was against it, then he wouldn't. Anything else? He asked politely. The teacher would be calling them one moment or another, and he wanted that conversation to be over. Naruto managed to look even sourer, if possible, before sighing in defeat over whatever debate he was having in his head. What about how to cook? Ino scoffed. You can cook. Why wouldn't I? I've seen your bento. I've been taking care of myself for 10 years out of 10, so yes, I know how to cook. For some reasons, Sai expected an insult at the end of that sentence. Aware that he had the power to stop all this noise, he nodded. I agree. Ino seemed ready to protest, but Shin most likely did something to stop her. Sai still couldn't look at both at the same time, because she let it go, her mouth clicking shut on a mean grimace. Great, Naruto said without looking like he found any of this particularly great. See you after class. And without waiting for an answer, he was gone. Cool, Sai said as he believed kids were supposed to no one in particular. Ino still disagreed. Chapter 8. Is Shivi married to Kyoko? Mikoto couldn't help the light laugh that shook her shoulders. She glanced away from the vegetables she was cutting on the counter to look at her husband, staring off in the distance, mission reports open but forgotten on the table in front of him. What's so funny? I could tell something was bothering you, but really, that was it. He frowned, never one to appreciate being teased. He used to be more fun. Or did he? Maybe she just used to be less so. It may have occurred to me that I know very little of the current, personal affairs of our various associates. The word friends would make his mouth melt, probably. She sighed, both exasperated and fond. It was always funny and mildly unsettling to see that Fugaku, for all his responsibilities and status, could be as immature and petty as a teenager. No, he's not. The Abarame raise their children collectively, and they're light on their attachment to lineage. Shivi and Kyoko's son Shino, he's in Suzuki's class by the way, is next in line for the succession for now, but it's more a question of age and timing than legacy. Maybe it will go to someone else. Fugaku took a sip of his tea, thoughtful, and Mikoto knew to expect more questions. What would he do without her, she wondered. What about Inoichi? He never married either, although he and Ino's mother lived together for a while. They were close friends and he wanted a child, but she wasn't interested in the sedentary lifestyle. She's a traveling spy, she's not often seen in the village. He stopped at Ino, Fugaku said, more as a personal reflection than a question. Mikoto answered anyway. Historically, the Yamanaka have had more female leaders than male ones. Their women can pass down the family name as well as the men, and be trained in their techniques. So yeah, he stopped at Ino. It was an issue they had avoided, and she was both glad and guilty about it. She would have loved a daughter equally to her sons, but what about him? The Uchiha were debatably the worst on that particular subject. Fugaku didn't catch the bite in her tone, and not for the first time. She regretted bitterly the years she had spent keeping herself quiet, unwilling to make any noise, to stir any trouble. If he was deaf to her voice today, she had only herself to blame. And could only count on herself to fix it. Is he single then? Not exactly. He has this thing going on with Shikaku and Yoshino. It was always satisfying to hear bewildered silence where an answer should have been. She set her knife down and turned around, not resisting the need to see the expression on his face. What? It's been a few years. Why do you think he's always there when we dine at the Naras? I just assumed they were close friends. Well, they are. She couldn't say she understood it either, except maybe she did, a little. They had all been quick to marry and have children, because it's what was expected of them, and there was an urgency then that only war could bring, to get on with those things before it was too late. They were older now though, relatively at peace and free from their elders' grasp, for the most part. Willing to live their life as they wanted, at least a little. Ready to fight for it too. She had reconnected with her friends from outside the clan, and it was a bitter comfort to see that they were all struggling with their family life, one way or another. Yoshino had been unhappy for a long time, and for a while her marriage had been on shaky ground. Shikaku was far from a stellar husband, but it's not like he had changed over the years. He had always been this way. She had wrongly assumed he would evolve in her sense. That new arrangement seemed to suit them though. Mikoto too had made similar mistakes, to convince herself that the things that upset her in her relationship would ease with time, that she would be content, eventually. How foolish young women could be. You never mentioned any of it to me, he accused. She rolled her eyes. As if she was responsible for keeping him updated on their circle's love lives. Who's the chief of police here? Besides, they don't advertise it, but they're not exactly subtle either. And you can be a bit traditional on those matters. There was no reason for me to bring it up. He grimaced, and he knew that wasn't the word she wanted to use. It was a skill she had mastered over years of navigating political conflicts, the art of being somewhat insulting without saying anything outright offensive. He could tell she meant a far less neutral term than traditional, so even her not saying it didn't soothe the sting. He loved when she used it on other people. They used to go through boring get-togethers this way, by faking politeness and subtly riling up everyone around them without them being able to pinpoint what made them so infuriating. He didn't like when it was turned against him though. Why are you being like this? Ever since. You've changed, he said. The accusation in his tone would have rushed her into an apology, once upon a time, but a lot had happened since then, and he didn't hold that much authority over her anymore. She did feel bad for him, a bit. In the wave of brutal changes that had crashed over them, it distressed him that he couldn't even hold on to what they were. You're wrong. I changed before, when I married you, and I just chose to let it go. I put so much effort into being more proper, into swallowing down my every word. I thought it was the right thing to do. That I had to focus on being a good mother and a good wife, and leave all the fighting to you, be it on the battlefield or in a council room. And look where it led us. Nothing of what happened was your fault. Of course it was, Fugaku. It was my fault, and yours, she accused plainly. It was a long time coming, really. They had had to put up a united front, for the sake of the clan and their children, during the abrupt transition brought by Danzo's downfall, but things were settling down now and he needed to understand they were not going back to how they used to be. All the times I failed to stand up to you, all the times you didn't listen to me. We should have seen something, Fugaku. We should have noticed. We were so caught up in that little role play, the clan head and his devoted wife and their two perfect children. None of it was any truth. And we are not going back to the way it was. I'm not going to stop. You need to accept that. Despite everything, she still wanted for them to overcome this together, as a team, as a family. They were freer and bolder once when they were young, and she refused to believe it had just gone away. He didn't answer anything, but for him, It was a good sign. It meant he was using his brain, meant he was considering. It was rare that they managed to conclude a conversation in one go. Fugaku was terminally incapable of making a decision on the spot. The front door opened and two pairs of footsteps shuffled into the house, the other reason why their talks were often interrupted before they could meet their end. Itaki and Suzuki tumbled into the kitchen, in good enough spirit it seemed. Itaki caught on the heavy air around his parents immediately, while Suzuki remained oblivious, his only concern being how fast dinner would be ready. "I'll help," Itaki offered, already washing his hands and reaching for the remaining vegetables. "I'll leave you to it," Fugaku said in turn, rising from his seat. Mikoto caught Suzuki sneaking unsubtle glances at his father, and tried to draw Fugaku's attention on it, to no avail. Her husband could be so dense, it was unbelievable. Finally, he seemed to catch on, because he turned toward his youngest. "Do you want to show me what you've learned, Suzuki?" Suzuki, who had been growing angry at himself lately for still chasing after his father's approval, did his best to accept in what he probably believed was a nonchalant way. It worked on Fugaku, so it was all fine. It would most likely end in yet another argument between the two, since Suzuki didn't hesitate now to call his father out on his harshness and lack of interest. Mikoto left them to it though, they had to work things out on their own. She found herself alone with Itaki, which wasn't bad either, even if she feared she would yet again fail to reach through to him. "Did your training go well?" she asked, hoping to at least ease him into small talk. She was desperate for any information he would give her about how he was feeling, how he was doing. "Yes. Suzuki is a good student." "Was Shisui with you?" She felt it immediately. A subtle but unmistakable change in the atmosphere of the room, in Itaki's posture. He put down the knife he was handling and set both of his hands on the counter. "Yes. Don't worry, I don't train Suzuki on my own." Her eyes widened and she let go of her own bowl. "That's not what I... Why aren't you mad at me?" He was facing away from her. His shoulders and back were contracted in a painful-looking line. "About what?" she asked, although she knew where this was going. "You should be mad. You should. You did what you thought was right, Itaki. It's your right to be at odds with the wills of the clan. Even if it means going behind our back." "That's not it." She had a feeling it wasn't. Fugaku and Itaki had talked at length, if not about their feelings, at least about their vision, their diverging opinion on right and wrong, on priorities and sacrifices. She wasn't sure they understood each other, but at least Fugaku and her knew what had gone through Itaki's mind, knew the reasoning behind him spying on the clan, reporting their every action. "I don't want a war," Itaki had yelled, the first night they had had that conversation. Mikoto had never heard him yell before. "I don't want a war," he'd said again quietly, and really, that's all there was to it. Itaki was scared of war and would have done anything to prevent it. And in that case, anything, she believed, was an awful lot. "I would have done it," he whispered, as much a confession as a realization. "I would have done it, Mom." Definitely giving up on dinner making, she marched to him and put gentle hands on his shoulders, making him turn around so that they could face each other. He avoided her gaze, his eyes were shining. He said we'd all be slaughtered anyway, and that others would die in the fights too. He said that if that Suzuki would be spared. That way, it would be just me. I would be the one to. No one else would. I was going to do it." He was shaking. She stayed silent, lest she startled him out of his confession. He had never shared those details with them. He really had me believe it was the only way. Itaki didn't say Danzo's name aloud. I believed him. I didn't think about anything else. "It wasn't your role to find a solution to this, Itaki. You should never have had to be involved in the first place. But I was. And I. Mom, why aren't you mad? I was going to. I was. You can't know that. I do. I'm sure. I'm. No." The sudden firmness of her tone startled him into silence. He looked young suddenly, far younger than he was, younger than they tended to see him. He looked at her like a kid could look at his mother, when he hoped she could answer his doubts, soothe his worry. "You're not. You didn't do it," Itachi. Be it thanks to luck, fate, anything, you didn't do it. We will never know what could have happened. Maybe you would have, yes. Maybe we would have had to stop you. The thought made her sick. She went on. Maybe the others would have changed their mind, maybe someone would have discovered everything, maybe you wouldn't have been able to go through with it. We can never know, so it doesn't matter. You didn't do it, Itachi. We don't blame people for crimes they could have committed. Don't we? Naruto's sullen face flashed through her mind. She inhaled deeply, trying to steady herself. I'm not mad at you. Because I don't want to. It does scare me to know the extremes you could have been pushed to, it does anger and sadden me how close we came to that tragedy. We can only be grateful it didn't come to pass. But it's in who I am now. I can never. I'm that kind of person. I can't escape it. She couldn't deny it. Maybe he was. It didn't help that the following event had proved him and Danzo's wrong. They had managed to solve that conflict another way, if only because the shock of what was going on behind the scene had made the Uchiha realize that they weren't the only ones being wronged in the current situation. Itachi has the proof that his choice wasn't the right one. And that he had been spared from actually making it didn't erase the weight of it from his mind. You'll just have to make amends then. Do better. Make sure nothing of the sort ever happens again. It didn't happen, Itachi. This world doesn't exist. You're here now, with us. We're all here. Her hands were cradling his face. His fingers closed around her wrists, his only concession to their physical distance. I hate myself, he confessed in a breath. It pierced straight through her heart, but she remained steady, unshaken. I know. Unable to stand it anymore, she closed the distance between them and wrapped him in her arms. He was almost taller than her, he folded on himself to hide into her embrace, shoulders shaking with dry sobs. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. He repeated it again and again, as she answered time and time again, it's all right, it's all right. It wasn't really, but what was she supposed to say? Of course, because Fugaku always had awful timing, it was the moment he chose to come back to the kitchen, Sasuke in tow. It was a testament to how bad Itachi was feeling that he didn't move from her embrace. Fugaku stood shell-shocked, struggling as he usually was with processing any emotions, his or others. Fortunately for all of them, Sasuke seemed to have developed some sensitivity from who knew where. She certainly didn't credit any of his family members for it. What's happening? Is Itachi all right? He asked, face and voice heavy with concern, as he jumped around them to try and spot his brother's face. Itachi straightened up slowly, rubbing a furtive hand on his eyes. I'm okay, Sasuke, don't worry. You know, if you don't want to tell me, you can just tell me that. There's no need to lie. Itachi's expression was comical, and Mikoto couldn't stifle her laugh, especially after the loaded conversation they had just finished. I'm not so fine. But I will be, Itachi amended. Sasuke nodded, satisfied. Although, maybe I need some help, Itachi added after a pause, with a meaningful look at his mother. We'll take it up to Inoichi, she answered easily, knowing he would be more comfortable going through the man instead of knocking at the psychology department's door on his own. Itachi liked him, and trusted him marginally more than others of similar rank and position. Fugaku looked like he wanted to ask something, but he didn't, which was commendable. Every time he understood he was in over his head and had best to stand back and keep silent was a win in her book. Can we eat now though? Sasuke asked. She scolded him lightly for his impatience, but he looked pleased with himself, as Itachi had relaxed a little, promising it would be ready soon. Mikoto pondered that her youngest was smarter than they gave him credit for. Ino. Can you come out? I want to talk to you. Sasuke tried to play it cool, but the sudden silence of the classroom made him nervous. Why were those idiots looking at him like this? It wasn't that extraordinary that he would need to speak with a fellow classmate. Several girls giggled and whispered to themselves, but Ino silenced them with a scalding look. Sasuke was a little jealous, his still needed some work. She got up from her desk gracefully, looking supremely unconcerned and like she was doing him a huge favor by accepting. Lead the way, she said haughtily. Sasuke fought to keep an eye roll in check. He needed her cooperation. They had just a few minutes between classes, so most of the students had stayed put. The corridor was empty. They walked a few steps away from the door, if only to escape wandering eyes and ears. Now that he was facing with her, Sasuke grew nervous again. He didn't like to expose himself like that, didn't want to know what conclusion she would draw about him. It was worse because it was Ino, who he always felt had mind-reading abilities or something, and who was also the worst gossip, and not in a harmless, everyone must know what I know, way. More in a, I weaponized knowledge and won't hesitate to blackmail you, way. But surely, she would know, so. All right, she said in a bored tone just as he was opening his mouth. I'll go out with you. He abruptly closed it. What the hell was she talking about? He fought off an embarrassed flush and, panicking, he blurted out the first thing that situation inspired him. No thanks. Her expression of careful disinterest slipping into incredulous surprise clued him into thinking that wasn't the right thing to say. I mean, that's not what I meant to ask. Oh. She quickly composed back her haughty posture, and the flash of hurt he thought he saw on her face immediately morphed into anger. Are you serious? Why would you call me outside like that then? To ask you something else. What's your problem really? What's my? Forget about it. Sage, boys are so stupid. She raised a commanding hand to prevent him from answering to that. He hid a grimace into his collar, she was so damn rude. What do you want then? Sasuke hesitated. The conversation was off to a rocky start, it didn't bode well for his chances to get an answer. But now that they had gone through that terribly embarrassing endeavor, he wasn't going to back out without getting what he actually wanted. It's about Sakura. She grimaced. If you want me to ask her out for you. I'm not asking anybody out. Stop it. The outburst startled her and she lost a bit of her reserve. She crossed her arms on her chest, going almost businesslike in her expression, and gestured with her chin for him to go on. I figured maybe you knew. About what happened to her. He made a vague gesture toward his right cheek. Her posture changed entirely once she understood what he was talking about, and she hunched a little, defensive. I do. He hoped his annoyance didn't show on his face. Was he the only one who had no clue? Would you tell me? No way. An insight, he should have seen this coming. Why? If you don't know, it's because she doesn't want you to, and I'm not going to step over that. If you really want to know, just ask her. I have. Have you? Had he? Maybe not in so many words. She was skittish around the subject and he couldn't just ask. Could he? He didn't know why he couldn't let it go. He had been thinking more and more about it lately, maybe because he had too much alone time on his hand. It was getting difficult to get a hold of both Naruto and Sakura these days. Sakura, because she was mending things with Ino, Sasuke supposed so anyway, because Ino's particular brand of friendship eluded him if he was honest. And Naruto because he stayed at the academy after school to train his calligraphy with that Sai guy. Sasuke had spied on them once, and it had been the most boring thing ever. They had barely exchanged a word, focused on their brush dancing on the scrolls, with Sai occasionally nodding and Naruto looking up to copy him. They were probably enjoying themselves, stupidly enough. During training itself, now that Naruto was slowly but surely getting the hang of the academy standard ninjutsu, he spent a lot of time buried in his Fuinjutsu scrolls. Sakura had called it right, not only was he a natural, most importantly, he actually enjoyed it. Maybe more than Taijutsu. Sasuke was making his own legwork diving into the signature jutsu of his clans, and he had to admit he also missed their shared training sessions more and more. But Itachi was in the mood lately and Sasuke wanted to make the most of it before he became distant again for whatever reason. He could call it what it was, he missed their little get-togethers, and he couldn't help but feel like, if there was ever a choice to make, Sakura and Naruto would keep hanging out together, and leave him behind. After all, he was the only one who didn't know. Good talk, Ino said, biting, cutting through his wandering thoughts. Sasuke followed her back into the classroom, where she yet again cut all gossip with a searing glare. Sasuke was reluctantly impressed. Ino had warned her that he would probably ask. Sakura was still unprepared. Why? Why do you want to know? They were on cleanup duty for the day, so Suzuki had seized the opportunity. She kept her eyes firmly trained on the chalkboard she was wiping up, tracking his movements by sound as he moved around the classroom to collect the trash. The others do, he said petulantly. I didn't tell them. Naruto was there and Ino knows things. She had no better way to put it. Maybe she had overheard Kara or an adult talk about it. Maybe she had just happened to be snooping around at that moment, be it in the street or at the hospital. Sakura hoped it wasn't that, hoped Ino hadn't seen, and done nothing. I don't want to talk about it, she said weakly. It was a half-lie. The main issue here was that she didn't want to talk about it with him. I just want to know. But why? Why does it matter? It's done now. I'm over it. Another lie, and a transparent one at that. She didn't have to turn around to feel his skeptical look at her. She resisted the urge to touch her scar. Her hair wasn't growing back. She had gone to Ino's house the previous weekend and asked her to cut them into something resembling an intentional cut. She couldn't see herself asking her mother to cut it or to take her to the hairdresser. She didn't think she would understand, her who had been telling her daughter for months now that she wasn't to worry, that they would grow back in no time. She didn't want them to. They would stay gone. Naruto had said she looked like Uchiha Shisui. It's true they had the same haircut, sort of. Well, there were worse lookalikes to have. Everyone was attractive in the Uchiha clan. It's stupid, Suzuki mumbled. What? She asked, defensive. What is so surprising that she wanted to keep it to herself? But he didn't get the harshness of her tone, because he wasn't talking about her. It's stupid, but I want to know who it was. So that I don't become friends with them. Sakura stopped wiping the board. She made great efforts to turn around and look at the boy. He was still tossing pieces of paper and candy wrapping into the bin, carefully avoiding having her in his line of sight. This was one of the sweetest things anyone had ever said to her. She never felt like he particularly cared about her presence. He wasn't as hostile as he had been at first, but it's not like they had grown close or anything. Well, it wasn't it? Except she would have been hard-pressed to say what it looked like when he did care about someone, save from the few interactions she had seen him have with his family. He wasn't very demonstrative, and he didn't have that many friends. Naruto and her, namely. They were friends. If they were friends, maybe she could tell him and he wouldn't be mad at her. She had the sudden urge to find out what he would say, to put it to the test. She felt the echo of the warm feeling that used to fill her when she looked at him and talked to him. She knew him better now than she ever did back then, and he had done nothing that justified she should love him less. All right. She had never retold the event in so many words before. It was unpleasant, but it was also cathartic. It was long enough ago that she felt a little detached from it, mainly because she was confident it wouldn't happen again now. On their last taijutsu lesson she had requested to be paired up with Kara, and she had nailed her to the ground in less than a minute. Kara had tried and tried, but she had barely landed any punches, and the ones that landed were weak, they couldn't hurt her. Kara had nothing on Naruto, or even Suzuki. And now Kara had nothing on her either. She spoke and she watched Suzuki's face change, going from curious to confused to a blank expression she couldn't decipher. She was playing idly with the sponge to occupy her hand. He was completely still, standing a few feet away between the tables, the setting sun playing ominous shadows on his face and body, on the room around them. When she was done, she felt tired and spent, but content too. It was out there now. From then on, it wouldn't be so hard to talk about this. He stayed silent for a terribly long, unnerving moment, enough that she considered running out of the classroom, confident that he wouldn't react fast enough to catch her. He spoke just when she was starting to stretch her legs. That's terrible. She could have laughed at his tone, awkward and emotionless, had he been trying to empathize with anyone else. As it was, she didn't really feel like laughing. That's just, yeah. She couldn't find anything more to say. In the end, they didn't say anything at all. They wrapped up and left the academy without adding a single word, not even a goodbye, and the good feeling she had had about this vanished as she raced home to go cry into her pillow. Dad. Dad. What is it, Sasuke? What's happening? Are you hurt? What's going on? We need to talk right now. Was it not for her mother's tone of voice, Sakura would have probably ignored her call to come downstairs immediately. She wasn't nearly done sulking for the night, as she kept coming up with scenarios more terrible than the other as to what Sasuke was up to right now. Maybe he was never going to talk to her again. Maybe he was going to tell everyone so that they could mock her. Maybe he was going to have her arrested for dragging the Uchiha name in the dirt. She knew she wasn't making a lot of sense, but she had no control over her senseless fear. Why didn't he say something? Why didn't she ask? The panic she could hear in her mother's scream, that strangely echoed her own, pushed her to get out of her bed and drag herself downstairs where the front door was open. She had just heard the bell ring. Maybe it was a visitor for her? The police, here to take her out? She climbed down the stairs and for a split second her heart stopped, because it was the police. Specifically, it was Sasuke's father. Sasuke was there too, along with another couple of Uchiha she didn't recognize. And Kara. It was too late to turn back. She was tempted to anyway. Hi. Hello. Hello, hi. Uchiha Fugaku was a stern-looking man who had reverse dimples under his mouth, caused by non-smiling she imagined. He wasn't in his uniform but in a traditional kimono, as were the two other adults that Sakura could only assume were Kara's parents. What was happening? Her mother seemed at least as freaked out as she was, while the Uchiha party was perfectly composed, serious expressions on their serious face. Sasuke didn't look at her, emulating his father's solemnity. She wished he would clue her in as to what was going on. Hello, Sakura. I'm Sasuke's father, but I'm here as the head of the Uchiha clan, the man said, nodding at Sakura before quickly going back to addressing her mother, who was not so subtly gripping the doorframe for support. It has come to my attention that your daughter has suffered a great offense from one of our children. He gestured at Kara without looking at her. Sakura had never seen her looking so down and self-conscious, head hanging low and shoulders hunched. She barely raised her head to cast a panicked look around her before staring back at her shoes. Yes. Sakura's mother said weakly. Her father wasn't home to provide moral support, and Sakura wasn't going to be much help either. I don't know how that event was handled exactly, the man continued, unaware of the trouble he was causing or choosing to ignore it, but from what Kara told us, the fault lies entirely on her and her friends. We don't condone that kind of behavior in any way, and they will be severely punished. In the meantime, we hope you will accept our sincere apologies, even if we're aware of how late they are, and how little they weigh in light of what happened. Sakura was still in the process of putting that sentence back into the right order when all five of the Uchiha standing at her doorstep, bowed, in sync and all. Her mother blushed furiously, losing what little composure she had left, as she tried to get them to stand back up. When it looked like it wasn't happening though, she turned toward Sakura, as if her daughter was going to be any help. Her gaze though, as it often did, fell onto her right cheek. She took a few deep breaths and stood a little straighter, facing the party with renewed dignity. She gave a small bow of her own. We're grateful for you coming here today. Another furtive look at Sakura. She gave the smallest nod. We accept your apology. That thankfully made them straighten up. Please believe that we take this kind of matter very seriously. Don't hesitate to reach out to us in the future. Thank you for your time. And with that, they were finally gone. Barely a minute later, as Sakura and her mother were still standing dumbfounded in the entryway, Sakura's father came rushing through the door. Was that Uchiha Fugaku I just saw exit our house? Her mother burst into hysterical laughter. Fugaku stared at the red spiral tapped to the door for an absurdly long time. Naruto had worked it into his clothes too. Fugaku had no idea what the boy thought his connection was to the design, and he didn't know why he was so hung up on that insignificant detail. But here it was, that red spiral, coincidentally marking the territory of the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan. It was the first time Fugaku came near it, although he had known where the Jinchuriki lived from the start, of course. In a building exclusively inhabited by shinobi. In a flat on his own. He had knowledge of this, but he had never given it a single thought until now. He had never even addressed the boy. Why did it matter all of the sudden? He knocked on the door. There was some shuffling on the other side and the sound of the lock turning, but the door opened just a smidge, blue eyes peering through the crack, widening when they saw him. They had never met, but the boy obviously knew who he was. "What do you want?" he said, aggression failing to cover his wariness. "I just need to talk to you." "You're not in trouble," Fugaku added as an afterthought. There was a long pause, before the boy finally decided to open the door enough that Fugaku could see him in full, just enough though, that his body filled the open space, blocking the entry. It was somewhat hard to remember that Naruto was the same age as Sasuke, even a little younger. His face was set in a hard scowl, eyes full of mistrust and simmering rage. He was tensed as a bowstring, ready to lash out. Fugaku had planned to put in a little formality, but he found it wiser to just cut through the heart of the matter, lest he wanted to see the door being closed in his face. "You were wrongly accused of harming Haruno Sakura," he said bluntly, and got the small satisfaction of seeing surprise open a crack in the boy's guarded-up demeanor. He recovered quickly though. And what of it? It was Fugaku's turn to be caught off guard. What of it indeed? Sasuke had insisted that his friend got excuses too. Fugaku had been more concerned with the fact that all parties involved in that incident had been convinced that the Uchiha would side with the guilty no question asked because she was one of their own. It was exactly the reputation they were trying to shake off. But he cared very little about what the Jinchuriki thought of his clan. Sasuke didn't though. Fugaku was surprised at the boy's strong sense of justice. His outrage had been real, and would have been just as strong, Fugaku was sure, had the people involved not been his friends. Naruto hadn't been punished, since the teacher that had handled the affair was seemingly well aware that he wasn't actually responsible, something else they would have to look into. That Mizuki had very little going for him, according to Sasuke's report. But as it was, Naruto being wronged in the matter had little to do with them, and of little consequences. Sasuke still insisted that Fugaku apologized to him also. Fugaku couldn't deny he was curious about the boy, curious enough that he had agreed. "You shouldn't have been. On behalf of my clan, I'm sorry you took the fall for Uchiha Kara." The boy shrugged, indifferent. Fugaku felt his temper rise. "You could have said something," he added, determined to engage with him somehow. "To who?" Naruto shot back immediately. "To us, for a start." "Yeah, right," the boy scoffed. Fugaku had about zero experience with badly raised children, and had to make great efforts to keep his temper in check. He raised a hand to rack it through his hair, a tick betraying his thinning patience that he had never managed to get rid of. He froze mid-gesture though when the boy tensed suddenly, taking a slight step back to fall into a defensive position. It crossed his face only for a second, Fugaku still saw it clearly. The boy was afraid of him. The boy was afraid of him, there was no going around it. Fugaku wondered in what respect. Because he was an Uchiha? The chief of police? A stranger? An adult? Was he afraid he would get mad, yell, hit him? Whichever it was, the fact remained. The Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, the host of one of the most dangerous beasts of their world, that tiny receptacle of evil and chaos, was afraid of him. The boy fought against himself to appear more relaxed, likely upset at having revealed himself like this. "Will that be all, sir?" he asked, failing to sound as detached as he was aiming for, eager for this conversation to be over. To escape Fugaku and his gaze, to retreat to the safety of his apartment. "He's a boy," Mikoto kept repeating when they were arguing about this. "He's just a boy." Staring at him, Fugaku, for the first time, understood what she was saying. He had been thinking that Sasuke and the other kids didn't see Naruto in that light simply because they didn't know the truth. But Itachi, Shisui, even Izumi, they did know, and they still talked about him as a bratty, insufferable kid. As just a boy. "Why do you treat him like this?" Sasuke had asked angrily when Fugaku had dared to suggest there was no need to make things right by him. "He's done nothing wrong." Did Naruto perceive his animosity, even though they had never met? Did he just live on the assumption that the people he met wished him no good? Because despite it being their first meeting, just as Naruto was afraid of Fugaku, Fugaku was afraid of Naruto. Afraid of the power he could unleash, the destruction he could cause, afraid of what getting close to him in any way could bring upon his family and clan. But his first instinct upon seeing the boy flinch away from him had been to think, "Why are you afraid? You have no reason to." Didn't he, though? Fugaku had heard, in passing, that the boy had been treated unfairly before. He'd dismissed it for more pressing concern, assuming that those claims were likely exaggerated. The Harano family had been wary too. They'd seen Fugaku as a threat, they'd been scared of what he was going to do. It was an unpleasant feeling, to be feared when he shouldn't have been. A feeling Naruto had to be very familiar with. Did he also think when people flinched away from him, "Why are you afraid? You have no reason to. He's done nothing wrong." He really hadn't. And yet. Yes, that is all. The ones at fault will receive punishment. Great. Thanks or whatever. Goodbye. As the door swung shut, Fugaku was seized by the absurd need to stop it, to reach out to the boy and make him understand that he was being sincere, that what had happened was wrong, that he shouldn't have been put through this. He didn't though. He turned away and left. Why be so concerned about this all of the sudden? Maybe because of Itake. Of the leniency his boy had received from others, leniency he wasn't able to grant to himself. He and the countless kids victim of Danzo's schemes, no one was thinking about blaming them for their crimes. They were just kids. It would be a simple matter, he pondered on his way home, to task the shinobi of the police force patrolling the streets with the additional mission of keeping an eye out for the boy, to ensure that he wasn't treated unfairly. It should have been a given, probably, but stating it plainly wouldn't hurt. They were meant to protect all in the village. No exceptions. "Sakura? Can I come in?" Sakura grunted an assessment and her mother opened her bedroom door with cautious care. At least now she actually waited for her to say yes before barging in. Sakura stood up from where she laid spread up on her bed, staring at the ceiling as she thought back on the very weird day she had just had. "How are you feeling?" Her mother still had that same air of concern about her, that she had had just after Sakura had been hurt. She wished she would have snapped out of it by now, because Sakura was fine, or trying to be, and this wasn't helping. "I'm okay." Her mother narrowed her eyes, trying to spot the lie. There wasn't any though, not this time. She was okay, for real. Not so much because she had gotten an apology, although it was nice. Not even to have discovered that the Uchiha clan wasn't as selfish as they were portrayed to be, not all of them anyway. But Sasuke. She had told him her story, and the first thing he had done was to seek justice for her. She couldn't say she was all too happy about the way he had gone about it. It's not like she had asked him to keep to himself, it was only implied. She could only hope he wasn't the one who had suggested that ambush at her house. That part of the Uchiha's reputation wasn't a lie it seemed, they did have a flair for the dramatic and a love of formalities. She had been worrying about nothing. She actually felt a little guilty about it, she had pictured him in the worst possible light, and he had gone the exact opposite way. He had rushed home and spilled to the head of his clan himself. Granted, it was his own father, but still. He had not hesitated for a second. "Did you want something?" Sakura asked after the silence had stretched enough to feel stilted and awkward. "I guess I wanted to apologize too." She sat down on the bed so that they were eye to eye, but she didn't look at Sakura directly. "Your father and I. We're sorry. About how we went about this. Mom. You were right to be angry at us. And I realize it's kind of hypocritical to say that only now that we know for sure we could have said something sooner. But still, we did the wrong choice. And we're sorry." They hadn't they? And yes, now they knew for sure, that there was no use to make nice with her bullies just because they were Uchihas, that they should have spoken up from the start. It was satisfying, in a way. But not as much as she thought it would be. "Okay," she said, for lack of better words. Her mother left it at it. The next day, Sakura marched to Sasuke right there in the middle of the classroom, under all their classmates' eyes. "That was embarrassing for everyone involved," she said. "But thank you. I mean it." "You're welcome," he answered, relaxing a little, and she smiled at the thought that he might have been a bit worried about her reaction. She meant to retell the events to Naruto, but he didn't show up at all. Sasuke. That was all the warning Sasuke got before being tackled to the ground by an enraged Naruto. He got back on his feet quickly, only to block in extremis several kicks and punches in quick succession. What the hell, Naruto? I'm gonna have your head, you bastard. Naruto wasn't at school the whole day, and Sasuke had come to the training ground fully expecting to train on his own. It looked like Naruto had other ideas. He kept attacking, with more force and intent than he'd ever had. Sasuke barely registered Sakura arriving at the training ground and shouting in alarm, immediately picking up that something was wrong. Don't you ever, Naruto growled, his fist flying towards Sasuke's face, who blocked it with both hands, ever send adults to my door again. That's what this is about, Sasuke exclaimed, trying for a kick. Naruto freed his fist from his grip to jump backward, his feet barely touching the ground before he jumped again to avoid Sasuke's sweeping foot. Naruto fall back right on top of him. Sasuke blocked and pushed him back, but Naruto was already charging again. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you do that? Naruto's fury, far from distracting him, fueled his aggressiveness and fighting prowess. Sasuke was losing ground, unable, unwilling, to get as serious as Naruto was. I just wanted to. I wanted to help. It shouldn't have happened this way. You shouldn't have. I don't need your help. I don't want it. He'd known there was a possibility that Naruto wouldn't like it, but it didn't matter. Sasuke hadn't reported back what Sakura had told him to his father just out of vindication or righteous anger. No one could escape consequences and judgment, and injustice had to be corrected, the truth had to be out. Sakura had implied, even if she had been unwilling to get into the details, that they had said nothing and left the story as it was because they didn't believe anyone would care, or worse, that it would ultimately turn against them. And that was wrong. His father was always saying they had to honor the Uchiha name, and that was the way to do it. I did what I had to do. What's your problem anyway? What happened that was so terrible? Had his father said something? He'd insisted on going alone, and Sasuke knew his father wasn't exactly fond of Naruto. The other boy didn't answer. He was still just as aggressive while Sasuke was getting tired of this meaningless fight. Couldn't they just talk like normal people? Besides, he really didn't appreciate Naruto slowly taking the upper hand. Putting several steps between them, Sasuke's hands went through familiar mudras as he collected chakra in his chest. Naruto would know to keep away from it, but the fire would hopefully snap him out of his fury. Katon. Fireball Jutsu. He blew through his looped fingers as hard as he could. His training was paying off, his range and firepower had improved greatly. So much, in fact, that he worried for a second that Naruto wouldn't be able to get out of the way fast enough after all. Except something very different happened. The fireball shrunk suddenly, like it was being inhaled. Sasuke watched with utter disbelief as it kept getting smaller and smaller, until it was gone entirely. On the other side stood Naruto, scroll opened in front of him. Sasuke recognized the chakra-storing seal drawn on the paper. In the center of the circle appeared the fire kanji in blood-red ink. Silence fell onto the training ground. Naruto looked at the scroll, at least as surprised as Sasuke about this turn of events. Then, slowly, a smug grin spread over his face, and it was with confidence and disdain that he looked up at Sasuke, still frozen a few meters away. Keep your family away from me, he spat out. The next moment, he was gone. Sakura and Sasuke were left alone at the training ground, staring after him. What use is storing chakra if you can't use it again? He'd asked Naruto like an idiot, annoyed at seeing him drawing that stupid seal again and again and being unable to divert his attention from it. Naruto hadn't answered, but of course he'd find something. Crafty didn't begin to describe how resourceful Naruto could be. Another reason why sealing, an art requiring improvisation and creation, suited him so well. He's gotten better, Sakura stated uselessly. Sasuke didn't bother answering. He was busy trying to rein in his raging emotions, split between wanting to run after Naruto, to punch something, to lie down on the floor and not get back up, and to scream at the top of his lung. He did nothing. Izumi had joined Sasuke's last training sessions with his brother and cousin, and she'd asked, "Why does it matter so much to you?" He'd tried to explain it to her, to them, but he wasn't even sure about it himself. Why did it matter so much that Naruto stayed focused on him, that Sasuke remained within his reach? There were other kids his age that could have been his rival, that he could have wanted to fight and beat, but Sasuke didn't care about the others. Naruto was special. Naruto had chosen him without any care about his family name, his brother, or his reputation, just moved by the desire to beat him specifically. Naruto was the first, and Sasuke didn't need another one. Besides, there was a fear, spread out through his mind and hovering over their every interaction, that if Sasuke let go, just the slightest, Naruto would slip through his fingers and vanish into thin air. He wouldn't let that happen. "He'll be back," he said, showing more confidence than he really felt. "Let's train, Sakura." She nodded, solemn, and maybe she understood, Sasuke thought. Maybe she felt too that they had to get stronger, if they wanted to hold on to him. Chapter 9. Sasuke barged into his house and stomped his way straight to his bedroom. It was in that kind of moments he regretted they lived in a traditional house. Having to unroll the futon before face planting into it took a lot out of the dramatic effect. He buried his face in his pillow and held his breath for a moment, trying to calm himself down. Sparring with Sakura had done very little to rid himself of his pent-up frustration, even if she really was getting good at this. They'd lingered longer than usual, but Naruto hadn't come back. He was just so maddening. Sasuke didn't get him at all. It didn't help that it was impossible to have a straightforward conversation with him. He was so damn infuriating. That was it. Next time they saw each other, Sasuke would corner him and wouldn't let him go until he knew exactly what was going on with him. It was easier said than done though, because Naruto became very hard to catch in the following days. He barely showed up to class and didn't come to the training ground. Sakura had no more luck than Sasuke at getting a hold on him. Sasuke was getting restless and increasingly annoyed, unable to focus on anything else than that idiot and his crazy avoidance techniques. Naruto couldn't stay mad forever, right? He couldn't just stop being there. He wasn't stronger than Sasuke yet. He couldn't just walk away. Stuck on those thoughts looping in his brain, when Sasuke spotted Naruto in the academy courtyard, ready to disappear as he always did, all his focus turned toward not letting that happen at any cost. Shisui had been teaching him the basics of the body flicker. Sasuke's range was laughable and he wasn't nearly fast enough yet to trick anyone in combat. He was, however, fast enough to land in Naruto's face before he got a chance to make a run for it. His surprise was worth the wave of nausea that hit Sasuke full force. Today wasn't the day he would be able to use that technique more than once. There were a number of things Sasuke wanted to say to the other boy, but as usual, once he was there, they all deserted him. He could only remember one. "Fight me." Naruto's face scrunched up into an angry scowl, but Sasuke knew he wouldn't back out from the challenge. He surely wanted to, but he wouldn't. Naruto knew how to rile him up all right, but Sasuke could give just as good as he got. "Fight me, loser. I'm gonna kick your ass," Naruto bit back. They would see about that. They made their way to their training ground casting dirty looks at each other. Sasuke had trouble remembering what they were supposed to fight about and why he was so angry. He found it didn't matter now. If they fought, he would win, and then he would feel better. The memory of the sealing scroll was fresh in his mind and he tried to subtly assess the other boy. There were a number of places he could hide scrolls on his body: his weapon pouch, the large pocket of his short-sleeved hoodie, under said hoodie too, front or back, in his shorts. In theory, he could cancel dozens of ninjutsu that way. Had he not been a victim of that technique, Sasuke would have been excited about it. He would just have to be clever about it. He was faster than Naruto, even if Naruto had better instinct and spatial awareness. They would see which one could surprise the other. It didn't matter either way, because Sasuke couldn't lose. He didn't know why he was overcome by the confused certitude that if he lost today, he would lose Naruto for good. Naruto was always looking for an excuse to back out of their friendship, to put his distance between them. Sasuke wasn't about to let that happen. The training ground was deserted as always. Lost as it was in the woods, far away from the village's noise and agitation, it was easy to believe they were alone in the world, that it was only the two of them. Sasuke fell into position, Naruto did the same. His face was set in grim determination and intense focus. This was real. A real fight with real stakes. Sasuke couldn't help but feel excited. They jumped at the same time. Kunows clashed between them. Sasuke ducked, throwing Naruto off balance and trying to kick his legs from under him. Naruto used his momentum to keep going forward though, and he jumped over Sasuke, landing with a roll. They were immediately back at each other's throats, and it occurred to Sasuke, very briefly, that they could get hurt for real this time. The thought was fleeting, chases away by the next ones, dodge, block, stop a blade with his own. He blocked a kick with both arms crossed in front of his chest but couldn't keep the force of it from sending him several steps back. He jumped up, landing on a sturdy branch in one of the trees lining the training field. Naruto was closing in already. Sasuke threw a handful of shuriken that were sure to distract them. His vision's accuracy wasn't that great, or he was just bad at interceptions. Either way, it gave Sasuke enough time to go through his Madara. Katon. Fireball Jutsu. Surprised, Naruto didn't have time to put out a scroll and had to jump back to avoid the roaring fire. Sasuke took the opportunity to go back to the ground and, rounding the fireball Naruto was still focused on, he managed to catch him from his side before he got noticed. Naruto flew back from the kick to his side, crashing painfully on the ground. Sasuke kept moving forward, to press his advantage and get a few punches in. He drew his arm back, aiming for Naruto's face, still kneeling on the ground. Naruto moved, but not to block, to unroll the scroll he had in hand. He caught Sasuke's fist with it. Sasuke didn't have time to see what was on it, but it became clear enough when he felt some of his chakra being pulled out of him, vanishing in the paper. Fuinjutsu, vacuum seal, Naruto said with a grin. Sasuke rolled his eyes. What a stupid pun. He swung his other fist. Naruto blocked it easily, but it made him let go of the scroll, freeing Sasuke, who jumped back, assessing. He wasn't that depleted because the seal wasn't that big yet, but the change was still noticeable in him. What a terrible technique, he thought, watching Naruto carefully store the scroll in his pouch. How many more did he have? Sasuke kept his distance for a while, focusing on throwing blades and ninjutsu. He had the advantage from a distance since Naruto was good at neither of those. He managed to catch a couple of fireball in his scrolls, but one caught him off guard, carving a nasty burn on the exposed skin of his arm. He didn't cry out though, barely reacted. Somehow he was getting faster and sharper, and Sasuke felt the weight of his intense focus on it, heavy and unpleasant. Sick of getting attacked from afar, Naruto took it upon himself to close the distance Sasuke was trying to maintain between them. He was reckless, and Sasuke hesitated more than once, feeling that Naruto had no intention to dodge or back off. A kunai embedded itself into his shoulder. He didn't stop running towards Sasuke, bent in half and baring his teeth, and slammed into him full force. He ended up straddling Sasuke. He bypassed kunais for his bare fist. He wasn't holding back at all. Blood flooded Sasuke's mouth, and he wondered then, for the first time, if Naruto really wanted to hurt him. He thought he saw a flicker of red in the blue of his friend's eyes. As a last resort, he waited for Naruto to draw his arm back again and heaved himself up, slamming their forehead together. The aim was off. He had probably hurt himself just as much as Naruto, but at least it made the other boy loosen a bit and Sasuke could get out of his grip and disappear behind a tree. He used the short respite to catch his breath and shake off his dizziness. Naruto didn't come after him. He wasn't moving, standing in the middle of the training field, looking like he, too, was gathering his thoughts. Sasuke got out of his hiding spot and marched back toward him. Naruto didn't attack. He was staring, and Sasuke couldn't for the life of him decipher his expression, figure out what was going on inside his head. Sasuke fell back into position. Naruto did the same. It wasn't over yet. Sasuke was getting tired though, physically, but also tired of the fight in general. It wasn't doing them any good. Instead of calming down, Naruto was getting increasingly worked up and aggressive, and Sasuke didn't appreciate the fight in the slightest, now that he felt Naruto was trying to hurt him, just like he was trying to hurt Naruto. It wasn't what he wanted, it wasn't supposed to be about that. He wanted to stop the fight. Easier said than done though, with Naruto. Getting tired, SAS. Naruto taunted. Sasuke had no illusion that between the two of them Naruto would never be the one to tire out first. He had ripped out the kunai from his shoulder, to throw it back in Sasuke's face, and it was barely hindering his movement. Sasuke was split between being impressed and horrified. They had reverted back to mostly taijutsu. Well, Sasuke had, and Naruto didn't have much more in term of offensive move. Sasuke couldn't just call out the fight. He had to win if he wanted it to stop, but how? I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose him. I need to be stronger. Another hit dodged, another blocked, another landing in his stomach. He used the momentum to back down, Naruto chasing after him, relentless, merciless. Stronger. Stronger. I need more power. I need to win. He wasn't fast enough to see them all coming. Naruto wasn't either, but Naruto had a far higher pain tolerance and resistance to injury. Sasuke had seen him walk off hits that would have laid most people down. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want Naruto to have an excuse to leave him behind. I need to win. I need to win. I need to win. His thoughts didn't have time to fully form before they were chased away by the next, as he fought back more on instinct than anything. He was past the pain in his muscles and limbs, past strategizing, past thinking altogether. Kick, punch, duck, dodge, block, hit. Find the opening, find the crack, push back. His mind was going into overdrive. I need to win. I need to win. I need to win. I need to win. I need to. Suddenly, Naruto slowed down. His movements became slightly more sluggish, less random. Predictable. Sasuke blocked the next hit easily, and the next one too, seeing with perfect clarity where it was aiming for. He saw an opening in Naruto's guard, he saw that the way he was gearing up for his next move would left it wide open. He kicked him in the chest, hard. Naruto hit the ground and rolled back a few meters. He sat down before Sasuke could even worry about him, but he didn't get back up. Sasuke was distracted by the sharpness of his movements, the colors of his clothes and face and of the ground below him and the leaves behind him, all the things he could see. There was something in his eyes. Apart from a building ache just behind his eyeballs, there was something. It hit him like a ton of brick. His eyes. Naruto was still sitting on the ground, looking bitter. There was nothing friendly in his smile or voice when he talked next. I guess that makes you a real Uchiha then, SAS. Sasuke had just awakened his Sharingan. He went home in a daze. Naruto had run away, again, but Sasuke had a hard time focusing on that for now, busy as he was looking at his hands like he had never seen them before. In a way, he hadn't. His Sharingan was still active. It was a little silly, but he didn't want to switch it off, in case he couldn't call it back once he was home. He wanted to make sure he could show it to his family. He walked with his head down, not really wanting to draw attention on him before he was back to the Uchiha district. Just his hands were more than enough wonderment anyway. It was like he had imagined it, except it wasn't at all. It had been described to him often. Sasuke didn't count the number of times he had asked a long-suffering Itachi to walk him through it, to tell him again what it was like, to see the world through the Sharingan. At first, it could almost feel like nothing was different. The world was the same, but it was also more. It was sharper and brighter, more in focus, wider and clearer, more vivid. He wriggled his fingers and he could see the muscles at play, the skin stretching and folding, and around them he could see the air move, disturbed, see himself move through it, interact with the world around him. It was awesome. A little scary too, if he was being honest, which was the reason why he was hurrying home, eager to be safe behind closed door to explore his newfound ability in peace. The slightest movement kept catching his eyes, the rustling of leaves, a curtain waving around in the evening air. The people passing him by on the streets seemed both absurdly agitated and weirdly sluggish, almost twitching. He had to fight the urge to stare after them. His pain and injuries were forgotten already. He would ache all over the next day and need to meditate some to build back his chakra reserve, but those thoughts were so distant they could as well have been out of his brain. What about pain? What about damages? He had the Sharingan. After what felt like a small eternity, he finally passed the door to his house. His mother was fresh back from the day's training with her team, taking off her flak jacket and headband in the entryway. She greeted him absent-mindedly, without looking. He felt silly, waiting like an idiot on the doorstep for her to look at him. Huh, Mom. What is it? Do you? Oh. It was easy to spot when she finally noticed. Oh my. Sasuke. You. Sasuke. He had about zero time to brace himself before she was burying him into a hug. Congratulations, honey. What happened? Tell me. Wait, no, don't, save it for when your father and brother. Fugaku? Fugaku. Sasuke could only stare in confusion and mild awe at his mother waving around wildly, both because the world still had that strange halting quality to it, and because he couldn't remember ever seeing her so expressive in her joy and excitement. Footsteps thundered around the house and his father appeared at the end of the corridor, having mistaken said excitement for fear, judging by his panicked expression. What is it? What's going on? His mother turning up her hands in Sasuke's direction was all the answer he got. Sasuke fought not to look down, it would defeat the purpose entirely. He endured his father's stare for an unnervingly long time before the man finally noticed what he was supposed to. If seeing his mother fret over him was jarring enough, the startled smile that took over his father's face was downright scary. Congratulations, Sasuke. This is great news. Sasuke lost the battle against his rising blush, feeling it overtake his whole face, and against the urge to look down at his feet. As it was, he didn't notice his father had come closer, until his own feet entered his field of vision. Look at me, Sasuke. He obeyed, and his newly awakened Sharingan plunged into the much older and trained one of his father. Strong hands came to cup his face, the touch assessing but gentle too, as it titled his head upward. Sasuke had seen the Sharingan before, of course, but it was nothing like what he was seeing now. It was deep, going on and on the further Sasuke looked, an entire universe laying there between their eyes, like two mirrors set in front of each other. Just as he was getting dizzy from vertigo, his father blinked, and the red was gone. He was smiling. I'm proud of you, Sasuke. Sasuke looked sideways this time, blinking furiously. The front door opened in his back, a good enough distraction. His head was starting to hurt quite badly but he didn't want it to stop yet. His eyes fell on Ataka's tired face. They stared at each other as surprise cracked Ataka's solemn expression. Before he could say a word though, Shisui and Izumi appeared in his back with similar squeals of glee. Baby cousin. You're finally all grown up. At least those reactions were easier to deal with. Sasuke bore with a lot of grumbling, Shisui ruffling his hair roughly and Izumi hugging him hard, smacking a kiss on his cheek that had him redden even more. He couldn't help turning back to Ataka though, as they started talking excitedly with his mother. His movement was aborted by Ataka poking his forehead. Before he could protest though, Ataka's hand landed gently on his head. Congratulations, Sasuke. He had never seen such a soft expression on Ataka's face. His eyes were stinging again, probably because of the strain the dojutsu were putting them under. You should let it go for now, Fugaku warned in his back. No need to drain your chakra in vain. He obeyed reluctantly, if only because he was getting tired indeed. The world seemed very dull compared to what he had just experienced, and he was already looking forward to seeing it through the Sharingan again. Later though. Tell us then, what happened? What triggered it? Izumi asked. Sasuke blushed again. The Sharingan could be awakened by a strong emotion of any kind, and the stories varied widely from one person to another. He didn't know why he was embarrassed by his, and why he wasn't so keen on sharing it. Were you fighting? His mother inquired, noticing his poor state now that she wasn't focused on his eyes. I was fighting Naruto and I just didn't want to lose. If I lost, he would have stopped training with me though. I just really wanted to win. He could still feel the sensation expanding in his chest, this urgency filling his whole being. He had formulated a wish. And it had been granted. I see, his father said, tone and face indecipherable. Sasuke frowned. He wasn't interested in their opinion of it. Personally, he thought it was not too bad a story. How did he react? His mother asked with no small amount of concern. Sasuke shrugged. He didn't know for sure, and he was a bit scared to find out. It was the only thing putting a damper on his enthusiasm. He didn't want Naruto to fear him. Izumi clapped her hand together, breaking the soured mood and bringing the focus back to her. When should we celebrate then? Izumi, she asked. She was as excited as if she was the one who had activated her Sharingan for the first time. Oh, he had forgotten about that. It was a bit of a tradition to have some sort of celebration to mark the awakening of a Sharingan among the youth, and it was a universally hated affair by said youth. It was embarrassing and boring, and Sasuke would have tried to talk his family out of it, if he thought he had any chance of succeeding. He peered at his father, the only one he could hope would temper all the excitement, but was utterly betrayed when all he said was, "I can take a day off at the end of the week." A day off. His father. Perfect, his mother said, cheers back. I'll make the announcement. Sasuke, you can invite some friends to the district if you want. He stared at her, the softness of her face when she smiled like this, the creases at the corner of his eyes that he had never noticed before. It was a big deal she was offering, because even if the Uchiha district had never been officially closed off to outsiders, and even if they had been more open these past few months than ever before in Sasuke's life, it was still unheard of for non-Uchiha to just wander in the district, except to conduct official business. Those who could be seen in their streets were longtime friends and teammates, people who had been invited at some point. It was a big deal and he should have been glad. He had to ask though. Can I invite Naruto? It was pointless maybe, because there was a chance Naruto wouldn't ever want to have anything to do with him anymore. The thought hurt and he resolved not to think about it before he could ask the boy face to face. They all exchanged uncomfortable looks that gave him a weird sense of vindictive satisfaction. He wasn't about to let them forget about him, whether they remained friends or not. It would be unwise, Sasuke, his father eventually answered, as predicted. Then no. He could have invited Sakura, but it didn't feel right if Naruto couldn't be there. She would understand. He would have invited anyone really, their entire class even, if it meant Naruto could come too. They kept making plans without needing much of his input. He let his mind wander, drink it all in. He had the freaking Sharingan. Naruto had run away, again. He was doing that a lot lately, and he couldn't say that he liked it. Even worse, he was hiding now. He would have denied it if confronted, would have said he was just busy or something, but he tried to be honest with himself at least, so to himself he could admit he was plain hiding. He had been skipping the academy for 3 days now, as well as their little training sessions. It was good for his finances at least, he was getting really good at that pickpocket thing. He had ditched Sai with the lamest excuse possible, but it's not like the boy cared one way or another. Nothing ever fazed him, it was very boring. He kept far away from the academy and tried to tell himself he didn't miss the others. It wasn't working. He wasn't met anymore, maybe hadn't really been in the first place. Well, he was pissed at Sasuke for sending freaking head of the police force Uchiha Fugaku, his only sort of friend's father who didn't like that they were friends at his door, but he was probably even more pissed that Sasuke had done it on his behalf. His and Sakura's. Why? Why did he care? Naruto had been wrongly punished countless times before. It wasn't supposed to matter. But Sasuke cared, and now his father did too. Naruto really didn't need that kind of complications in his life. He didn't need Sasuke. Didn't need his care and his friendship and his help, he didn't need him at all. He had told himself that if he beat the other boy, he would move on. He would find someone else to train with him, someone who wouldn't want to befriend him, hopefully. So he should have been mad that Sasuke had chosen just that moment to up the ante and pop his clan dojutsu, to jump ahead all of the sudden, leaving Naruto far behind. He should have been mad. Instead, he had been relieved? Maybe he simply didn't want to give up on this. Was it so wrong of him? He hated how that made him feel to be away now, to be on his own. He used to be good at this. He didn't care, before. He had thought seeing the Sharingan on Sasuke's face would maybe be enough of a deterrent, would be the final push that made him walk away. But even if he still shivered just thinking about the red eyes. It was Sasuke. It's not like he was a threat. He didn't mind, if it was Sasuke looking at him. Naruto was wandering the streets, not skipping this time, they didn't have class today. He had fought and lost against the urge to go outside and walk, slowly but surely, toward the Uchiha district. It was all those gossips' fault, really. He had heard it mentioned in passing, the Uchiha were celebrating a new Sharingan user in their ranks. It's true that it had to be joyous news for them. Sasuke was probably elated, or as elated as that broody head could be. Naruto was curious about it. Curious at the boy with his family, at the inner working of his clan. Those were all things completely unknown to him. His parents had to be proud. They had to be happy, all of them. Naruto wondered at Sasuke's happy face. He stopped in his track though, as soon as the arch marking the entry of their district came into view. He observed, safely hidden behind a tree, the comings and goings of their clan members, and others too. From here it was hard to confirm there was something noteworthy going on inside, partly because he had never been around that area before and had no idea what it looked like on a regular day. It's not like he could find out, anyway. It's not like he was allowed in there. I can bring Sasuke out here, if you want. Naruto jumped and hit his head hard against the trunk of the tree. Raising his head while rubbing at the upcoming bruise, he saw Uchiha Itachi looking down at him from a high branch, sitting there all casual like it was a common thing to do. I'm just passing by, Naruto retorted, cringing at his lack of conviction. Who would believe such a blatant lie? Still, Itachi said, going with it anyway. He stood up on his branch, ready to do just that. Don't. I think I'll do it. I'll be gone by the time you come back. Naruto always had to wrestle himself into holding that man's gaze. His eyes, he didn't like to have them on him at all. Itachi stared for a long moment before shrugging. Still. In a flurry of leaves, he was gone, leaving Naruto to curse after him. He wasn't there to see Sasuke. He didn't care either way. He stepped out of the tree's shadow, eager to get back home and lock himself in his room for the rest of the year. Sasuke knew that his clan had a reputation for being quite uptight and not much fun. He couldn't deny it without being obtuse, and he couldn't defend it either, because frankly, he was grateful for it. Especially now. He wouldn't have survived a proper party like he knew some other clans organized for their celebrations. This was mortifying and exhausting enough as it was. It couldn't be called a party by any sense of the term anyway, but it was always done more or less this way. They had taken up residence in their temple's courtyard with food and drinks, and people wandered in and out to offer their congratulations and praise before going about their day or hanging around to catch up with each other. The ones that stayed the longest were kids and teenagers, on the promise of free food. Sasuke didn't have much to do except stand there and bear the attention. The younger kids were watching him with odd and envious expression, and he remembered standing exactly in their place and wondering why the star of the show looked so sullen, when they had just received what they were all wishing for. He knew, now. Who would be happy to stand around all day while half the clan visited them to pinch their cheek and pat their head? The elders were funning, the adults, bragging. The kids his age oscillated between creepy admiration and open jealousy, and Sasuke just really wanted it to be over. At the end of the day, his father would take him to the temple and put his name in the register of the Sharingan users. He would have a small lecture about the inner working of the dojutsu. He was excited to maybe be entrusted with some secrets only Red Eyes got to hear. He would also get a few lessons in the upcoming days so that he could learn to call up his Sharingan at will. His mother looked happy, at least. It had been a long time since he had seen her this social, chatting away with other women of the clan. Things were still tensed at home, never for the same reason it seemed, but there was always something. Between his mother and father arguing or Itachi feeling bad, it seemed like they couldn't catch a break. His father was discussing probably important things in a corner of the courtyard with some of the clan's higher UPS, but every now and then he looked in Sasuke's direction and his face lost a bit of his harshness. All in all, it wasn't that bad. He popped a dumpling into his mouth, satisfied that the number of visitors was slowly trickling down. Izumi bid him farewell with another hug. She was leaving on a mission that very night. She passed Itachi on her way out and slammed him hard on the back with a grin and some quip he couldn't hear from there. He was always amazed at the ease she could display around his somber brother, whom even adults had a hard time addressing. He had been confused as to why she was so excited for today's ordeal, way more than him, until his mother had reminded him that Izumi's own Sherry-non had awakened on the day of the Kyuubi attack, after she had watched her father died. There had been no celebration for her. Itake marched over to him with the ghost of a smile on his face. Izumi truly was a genius. Thought you'd want to know that Naruto is lurking at the district doors, he said casually once Sasuke was within hearing range. What? Really? The news chased away any lethargy this day had grown into Sasuke's mind. Why was Naruto here? Was it a coincidence? What did he want? Sasuke looked alternatively at his mother and father, biting his lips. He wasn't supposed to leave just yet but... I'll cover for you, Itake said around a dango stick. He wasn't looking at Sasuke, and now wasn't the day Sasuke would understand what went through his brother's head. He had already bolted toward the exit. He only stopped running when he came into view of the gate, and crossed the last meters on a more measured, nonchalant stroll, hoping Naruto wouldn't notice he was out of breath and starting to sweat. He looked around casually, trying not to seem too eager. For a moment he saw nothing, and thought that maybe Naruto had left, maybe they had missed each other. Hi SAS! Sasuke squealed. What the? You did it on purpose, he accused. Naruto had come up behind him, and had probably been hiding behind a pillar just for the sake of startling him. And what if I did? He asked all smug, pleased with himself. Sasuke pouted and was about to snap back. Only then did he remember they were still supposed to be fighting. Naruto seemed to recall too, because his face grew more sullen. I was just passing by, he said to his shoes more than to Sasuke. Thought I'd say hello. I didn't congratulate you. For the eyes. Thanks, Sasuke answered, even if he still hadn't. Naruto was digging in the dusty floor with his shoe, hands deep in his short pockets, uncomfortable but still here. Sasuke had to say something. He opened his mouth even he still didn't know what, but Naruto beat him to it. Show me. He was looking straight at Sasuke now, with an intensity that managed to urge him to look away and pine his gaze at the same time. Show me your eyes. Seeing how the last times had gone, Sasuke wasn't really on board. There was no denying Naruto anything though. Sasuke closed his eyes on black. They opened on red. Naruto's face scrunched up and he squinted, but he didn't close his eyes or look away. He even took a step forward, scrutinizing. There was a quality to him Sasuke had seen with no other. The Sharingan couldn't distinguish chakra precisely like the Byakugan did, but it could still see it, in a way, a tinted veil over a person, just a whisper of something hidden. Naruto's wasn't subtle in any way, he looked brighter like this, like a beacon, anchoring Sasuke's gaze who couldn't have looked away if he wanted to. And then he couldn't, period, because Naruto had brought his hands up to his face. He rested his fingers under Sasuke's eyes, barely putting pressure but nailing him right there with no hope to escape. Sasuke could barely breathe. He had no idea what Naruto was looking for in his eyes, what is it he wanted to see. He hoped he would find it though, find it and like it and not push him away. His blue eyes were deeper like this too, something stirring at the bottom of his gaze, hidden, imprisoned but still there, still within reach. Sasuke felt like he could have tumbled right through it. Naruto stepped back though, taking his hands back with him, and the moment was gone. Sasuke let the Sharingan fall away, and waited, somewhat anxious, for Naruto's verdict. Naruto put his hands back in his pocket, recovered his careless demeanor. It was with professional disinterest that he spoke next. I guess they're pretty cool. And Sasuke, who couldn't just go with it, couldn't deal with anything that had happened and anything he was feeling right now, answered with a smirk, I think you mean they're awesome. Somehow it was the right thing to say though. Naruto's face broke into a wide grin and he finally relaxed a smidge, found some of his confidence back. Sasuke preferred it this way. This was familiar enough. Of course this was the moment someone chose to interrupt them and raise all his hackles up again. So this is where you've been, Sasuke. Thinking about it though, it was better for his mother to arrive now rather than just a few moments ago. Now that would have been awkward. I was just saying hello, he muttered. She couldn't blame him. They had been the ones to refuse Naruto entry. It's fine, she dismissed. Naruto, right? I'm Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke's mother. It's nice to meet you. Caught off guard by being addressed like this, adults usually ignored him. Naruto forgot to be his typical rude self. Nice to meet you, he grumbled. We've heard a lot about you, she said. Naruto tensed up, waiting for a scold, but Sasuke knew what she was going to say, and it was much worse. Sasuke talks about you all the time. He hid his face behind his hand, mortified. Did she have to say that, really? It's not like he could deny it, not without lying anyway, but still. Mom. What? I'm glad you two are friends, that's all. Sasuke looked away from Naruto, convinced that would be the sentence to snap him out of his daze and brought his mean streak back up. Because surely, he wouldn't stand for anyone calling them friends. Instead of denying it though, he let out a small, very small, "Are you?" that had Sasuke looking back at him. He was staring at his mother, defiant, challenging her to stand by her words. Yes. I am. He assessed her for a long time, trying to decide whether he would believe her or not. Sasuke found himself holding his breath. All right. That was all she got before he lost interest in her entirely and turned towards Sasuke, who couldn't decide if he ought to be offended or not, on her behalf or even his. I'll go now. See you at training. Sasuke was unsettled enough that he didn't catch up immediately. Naruto had already turned away when Sasuke called back, I'll be there. And I'll kick your ass. His mother's scolding was worth Naruto's laugh echoing away. It had been a very long time since Naruto had wanted to run away. He used to think about it a lot. He had even made a couple of half-hearted attempts. He would pack a bag thinking he would go camping in the forest for a few days, with the underlying possibility that maybe he would just keep walking, and eventually the village would be far behind him, and he would be free. He'd never been far enough to get the edge of the village in his sight though. There was always a shinobi or another very conveniently getting in his way, asking him what he was doing this far into the woods and that really, he should turn around, for whatever reason. He didn't know if they would really have stopped him. He had never tried to make a real break for it, because he was afraid to find out. He fantasized about it a lot though. He imagined he would walk and walk, until everything was unfamiliar, until no one around could recognize him. Surely there had to be somewhere in this world where he was unknown, where people didn't already have an opinion of him even though he had never met them before. Maybe there would even be people who wouldn't mind befriending him. He tried to picture what those places could look like. Fishing villages by the shore, facing the sea, the long expanse of the desert, a city lost in the jungle, a city covered in snow. He had seen a lot of maps, but he still had trouble wrapping his mind around just how big the world was. Surely, there had to be a point on those maps that was better than here. But Naruto hadn't thought about those little points in a long, long time. The realization was both unnerving and soothing, in a way. Konoha had never had any appeal to him before. There wasn't a single thing he liked about the place, a single good memory he could place in its streets. No friendly faces, no beloved places. Nothing to tie him here, if not actual ties. Nothing to keep him from leaving. And then, he'd asked Sasuke to be his rival. It was strange and confusing how he couldn't make up his mind, about whether he regretted it or not. He didn't like that Sasuke, and Sakura, had made him forget about why he wanted to get stronger. His goal was to be free. But free from what? Free from this place and those people, but he was trapped now by their friendship too, by how nice it was to stand next to them. Did he want to be free of this? He wanted to be free, but being loved didn't sound so bad either. Was it possible then, for him to find a place here, to be content with his fate? He didn't need to be liked by everyone, he didn't care to have all the friends. One person would be enough. If he could be sure that they wouldn't leave him alone, then it would be worth it, wouldn't it? To give up on freedom. He didn't have the answer. For now, he could only resolve to enjoy this, maybe even try to work for it a little harder. He had pushed and still Sasuke had remained stubbornly determined to stay there right in front of him, never out of sight, impossible to ignore. He still had marks on his face from their fights days after, that made Naruto feel guilty and bad even if Sasuke hadn't blamed him in any way. Naruto always forgot that strangely, people seemed to take much longer than him to heal up from their injuries. He was already as good as new the next day, nothing left but a dull ache in his shoulder where the kunai had struck. Sasuke's lip was still split and his hand bandaged, and still he chased after Naruto, demanded his time and attention. Maybe that meant that he was here to stay. It sure was nice, to exist in someone else's world. He was almost starting to have some hope. He should have known better. He should have known better. Known that it wouldn't last. Known that this wasn't for him. Should have known that there was a reason why he had no right to love. The paper burnt in his hand as soon as he'd finished reading it. Mizuki hissed, annoyed, as he failed to let it go on time. He blew on his fingers as he watched the ashes scatter on the ground. He needed to make his move soon. Lord Orochimaru was getting impatient, and himself was feeling the tide turning on him. Parents starting to ask around, to question their children. He wouldn't be able to hold his position for long. It was for the best, really. He was sick of this place, sick of these brats, sick of playing the nice teacher. One stolen scroll and he would be back in Lord Orochimaru's good grace, allowed to go back to his side. And Mizuki knew just what monster boy to get help from. Chapter 10. School had been kind of hellish lately. It wasn't that unusual, except Naruto couldn't figure out what had brought this up. It sucked because other aspects of his life were going pretty well. Sakura had gotten over her hesitations towards Sasuke and was now open to interacting with him at school. By extension, so was Naruto. It had shifted subtly but significantly the dynamic of their class's microcosm. Naruto was left in peace, now that he was in the good grace of both Ino and Sasuke in the eyes of the others. He had even started to pay more attention in class thanks to Sakura's nagging. She liked to explain things, blabbering on and on about a subject or another, and it should have been annoying but it was the only way Naruto had to actually follow what they were being taught. She babbled about the reading material and he discreetly drunk her every word. She was pretty like this, since she forgot to care about people watching. It was nice. Things were fine with Sasuke too, they had even resumed training. That Moron had tried to tell him that he would forego the use of his Sharingan, if it made Naruto uncomfortable. What an idiot. Naruto had no interest in beating him with a disadvantage. It was true it still made him feel kind of queasy, but he just had to remind himself that it was Sasuke, and to avoid eye contact while it was on, which was for the best anyway, since he wasn't keen on falling into one of the Uchiha's famed genjutsu. They had had a brief but heated argument over whether or not genjutsu was a coward move. They had settled on agreeing that there was no such thing, there were only winning or losing moves, but that it was still a bastard move. Apart from that, it was fine, if incredibly frustrating, now that most of his tactics were no longer effective, useless under the red light of the Sharingan. But well, he had to know what he was up against, if he was to beat Super Joun in one day, as per their plan. The resolve had made Sasuke laugh. That was nice too. So things should have been good, but the teachers had inexplicably been much more hostile to him in the past few weeks. He would have dismissed it if it was only one of them. Adults taking out their sadness and frustration on him were nothing new, but they were ganging up this time. The only one who escaped the trend was Mizuki, who was even being extra nice and complacent. It didn't sit well with Naruto either. Mizuki was probably the worst of them all, and him being good was nothing but suspicious. Once upon a time, he would have just skipped school until things blew off, but now he had to account for Sakura's scolding. He had no idea where that sudden interest in his education came from, but she was taking it very seriously. And somehow, he didn't like disappointing her. So he went to school and endured. It didn't help, or maybe it did. That slowly, Sakura, then Sasuke, and even some others like Shikamaru, began to defend him in class. When he was being sent out for no reason, when he was being wrongly accused in someone else's place, he no longer bore it alone with no support. They didn't stand up outright for him, but they made little remarks, pointed out that he had done nothing wrong. Naruto hated it, both because it was embarrassing and pointless, and because of the warmth it spread through his chest, all the way down to his bones. Still, he was on edge, and so when Mizuki came to find him on his usual spot on the roof one afternoon after class, he was instantly on guard. "Hello Naruto. How are you?" Naruto couldn't figure out that man. He was convinced deep down he was just an asshole who hated children with a passion, so he didn't get why he was a teacher, and why no one else saw that there maybe was a problem with that. Even when he was being all nice and acting concerned, Naruto couldn't help but distrust him. "Fine," he said curtly. "Things have been tough at school, right?" "I'm sorry about that." "Yeah, right. What do you want?" Mizuki's smile didn't waver, but there was no missing the clenching of his jaw. "I'm just concerned, that's all. I figured I could give you some advice. To help you out. I don't need your help." It was easy to eat at the man's patience. He must have been more determined than usual though, because he kept on his act. "Seriously though. I noticed you had a hard time with ninjutsu. Wouldn't you want to get your hand on something that could truly help you out?" Naruto refrained from saying that it was supposed to be the man's job. He had pretty much given up on ninjutsu anyway. He was confident now that he would be able to perform the ones required for graduation, so he was much more on board for studying Fuinjutsu, which was easier and cooler and all around better in every aspect. He wasn't about to say that to Mizuki though. "I guess," he said mildly. He was curious despite himself. What game was the man playing at? "I could tell you how to get your hand on a scroll. Something that contains a truly good method for people who are struggling, like you." The offer would have been tempting if Naruto thought he could trust it in any way. "Really?" "Yes. You could catch up to the other. You could even get some recognition." Now that was what definitely broke the deal for him. If he doubted Mizuki was sincere before then, he was sure now. Because they both knew that nothing, no amount of power and talent, would ever get him any recognition around here. "Sorry, Mizuki-sensei. You're going to have to raise the stake." The change was instantaneous, almost scary. Mizuki lost all his fake cheers and plastic smile, and Naruto felt like he was seeing him for the first time as he really was. "What do you want then, brat?" Naruto found it kind of refreshing. "There's nothing you can give me." And he wanted nothing from this man. Mizuki smiled then, a mean, self-satisfied smile, that had Naruto recoil slightly, wary. "I think there is." Naruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing, waiting. He regretted not standing up when the man had first arrived. Sitting here at the top of the water tank, he felt vulnerable, exposed. "If you get me what I want," Mizuki said, with an air of conspiracy, "I'll tell you a secret." Naruto scoffed. "What secret?" "Well, your secret. I'll tell you about your life. I'll tell you why it is that everyone treats you this way. I'll tell you everything." Giving the satisfaction on Mizuki's face, Naruto could only assume the effect of his words were plain visible on his own face. Naruto hated it had this power on him, but Mizuki had struck a chord. It was one of the few things Naruto wanted, to know, at last, the reason behind the village's hatred of him, to know why his life was as it was. It wasn't the first time people came to him with dubious requests like this, convinced for some reasons that he would be on board with whatever shady business they wanted him on. None had ever offered him anything he wanted or needed though. But this. Go on. Naruto waited for the streets to empty out, the shops closing for the night and people ushering home to their family. It was the best time of day to wander around Konoha, when there was no one else out to bother him. The Hokage Tower would take more time to quiet down, since there were always people coming and going, crisis to take care of, messages to relay. The last one to leave was always the Hokage, when he didn't just sleep right there in his office. Naruto waited for a lull in the area's activity and snuck inside the building. He didn't know if he was still persona non grata, he hadn't entered the tower for years. Better not to be seen though, it was a habit more than anything. If he wasn't seen or heard, if no one knew he was here, he could move freely. He could escape the unbearable weight of their attention. It had been a while but it was still just as easy going up the floors unnoticed. There were not many people left to wander the corridors and he knew this building by heart. He made quick work of reaching the Hokage floor, all the way to the top. The library was situated a few doors down the Hokage's office, with just one Chunin to stand guard according to Mizuki, and a seal easy enough to break. Naruto had played dumb when the man had explained briefly what a lock seal was and how to go through it. He wasn't about to advertise his dabbling into fuinjutsu. He approached the library door, and walked right past it. The Hokage was sitting at his desk, as predicted. Did he ever get up at all? Maybe he actually lived there. Maybe he had fused with the chair and could only move by rolling it around. "Hi, old man." He didn't seem particularly happy to see him, but then again, he never seemed happy about anything. He looked so old, much older than in Naruto's memories, old and weak and useless. "Naruto. To what do I owe your visit?" Naruto took his time, building up his effect. The Jounin standing next to the desk, that he had interrupted in the middle of a mission report, was looking at him with a mix of resentment and wariness. He had small, round sunglasses that made him look very suspicious, even creepy. Naruto ignored him entirely. "I just wanted to inform you that Mizuki-sensei is a criminal and a traitor. That, at the very least, caught their attention for good." "What are you talking about?" "He just tried to bribe me into stealing some forbidden scroll from your library." The Jounin started to protest, outraged. The Hokage silenced him with a raised hand. "This is a serious accusation, Naruto. Do you have proof of what you're saying?" The boy rolled his eyes. He knew for sure that, had he brought that same accusation to anyone in his class, any kids at the academy, they would all have said it figures with a shrug. He also knew no one in the higher places cared about them and had any idea just how truly terrible a teacher Mizuki was. So it wasn't surprising, but it was annoying all the same. "He talked me through infiltrating the place. He even gave me this." Naruto pretended like he didn't see the adults flinch when he reached inside his pouch and got 2 pieces of paper out. "Seal breakers. For the door and the protections on the scrolls." Sunglasses took them for closer examination before nodding once to the Hokage. The old man made a sound and 3 ninjas with white animal masks appeared in the office, one knee respectfully on the ground. "What is it, Hokage-sama?" "Find Mizuki. Bring him here. Be warned, he may be dangerous." The one in the middle, a man with silver hair, nodded once, and they were gone again. Naruto breathed out a relieved sigh. He didn't like the masked ninjas, they made him uncomfortable, with their concealed face and the quiet threat they carried with them. Often he had seen one of them watch him from afar, and he was sure way more often he hadn't seen them, as they left food and clothes in his apartment or simply spied on him. Since the Hokage's gaze had shifted away from him, and since he had started trapping his door and windows against intruders, he didn't see them so often. He still knew to be wary of them. They were no ordinary shinobi, for ordinary shinobi had no use for covering their face. More than not knowing their identity, what was most unsettling was not being able to read their face. Did those people even have feelings? It was impossible to tell. Another Jounin entered the room, a young man with a bandana and a senbon between his teeth. He had a casual, unhurried demeanor, despite walking fast enough that he missed Naruto entirely. "Hokage-sama, what is happening?" "We heard." That very second, one of the masked shinobi from earlier, a woman with purple hair, popped back into the room through the open window. Mizuki resisted arrest. "He's on the run." The Hokage, still sitting at his desk, still motionless, hands crossed in front of his face, took a short moment of reflection before addressing the senbon guy. "Genma, pass the message to all available Jounin and Chunin. Tono Mizuki is suspected of theft and treason, and is currently on the run. All efforts must be directed into catching him. Go." The man's eyes caught on Naruto's while he was exiting the desk. He faltered, just barely, but didn't stop, and was soon gone, as well as the masked woman. "As for you, Naruto," the old man said, "you're dismissed. We'll sort this through. Go home." "What?" he exclaimed. He marched onto the desk and slammed his hands on the wood, displacing some papers. "I want to be part of it." "That bastard." "Go home," the Hokage thundered without moving a muscle. Out of the corner of his eye Naruto saw sunglasses tense up ever so slightly. Tisk. Whatever. He made a show of storming out of the office with a flurry and took a few steps in the corridor, to make sure he was out of view, before producing what he had snatched from the desk. Was he that good a thief, Or were they just bad observers? He didn't know which one would please him the most. He had taken back the seals given by Mizuki. The tower wasn't quiet in any way now, shinobi running the corridors in a hurry, passing messages, and reporting on the tracking of the academy teacher. Naruto didn't care about that though. Mizuki was already out of his mind. He had been tempted by the offer. Really tempted. But he had decided just a few weeks ago to try to move forward in that village, despite everything. He had no use for the knowledge of the village's hatred anymore. He was sure it was something stupid. People hated each other for the most petty things. His leading theory was he was bearing the crimes of his parents, who had probably been traitors or even foreign nins, enemies. After all, no one in the village bore the Uzumaki name, and no one looked like him in any way either. It didn't matter now. Sasuke and Sakura didn't care about that. So he wouldn't either. However, the opportunity was just too good to pass up. Everyone was busy, and even the Chunin guarding the library had deserted their station to go after Mizuki. One seal to put over the one laid across the door, and he could sneak inside. One seal to neutralize the alarm guarding the row of dusty shelves covered in scrolls and books, and he could pick up whichever he wanted. It was just too easy. The man had given him clear instruction as to what scroll to take, but as Naruto set to find it, it occurred to him that he didn't need that one in particular. It was supposed to be full of powerful ninjutsus, but Naruto sucked at ninjutsu, he hated it, and he didn't see that changing anytime soon, scroll or not. But really, what definitely made up his mind was his eyes catching on a familiar red spiral, decorating a big scroll propped up against a shelf in a corner of the room. Naruto approached it carefully, aware that some of those things could contain dangerous and volatile jutsus. He took the scroll with some difficulties. It was the size of one of his legs. The red spiral was painted at each extremity and on the sealing tag that closed the paper. And under it, hand-painted in wide, bold strokes, was some of the only kanjis he could decipher. The ones that spelled out Fuinjutsu. There were noises and voices outside. He strapped the scroll to his back and put his hoodie back above it, before taking back the breaking seals and sneaking out of the room. The scroll was better than anything he could have hoped for. He couldn't read the instructions, but once again, it didn't matter much. The seals were easy to identify and he could speculate from there with the drawings and symbols written all over the paper. He was grateful for whoever had designed those scrolls and decided that the person learning from it had to be able to follow its instructions even without any reading abilities. The red spiral was drawn everywhere in the scroll, in the corners, between seals, in the decorative borders. He didn't know what it meant. It had been tapped to his door for as long as he could remember, and he had decided to make it his own long before discovering it was actually stitched to every ninja uniforms in the village. No matter. The sign was his, and they were the ones borrowing it. Did anyone else had it on their door? No. Proof. He had found himself a quiet corner of the forest to escape the frenzy of the search for Mizuki. How hard was it for the whole of the shinobi force to catch a single academy teacher? It didn't concern him anyway. He was focused on the first seal of the scroll. From what he understood, it was an offensive seal, to be laid on the chest of an opponent during a fight, if he interpreted correctly the little drawings at the bottom. He didn't recognize any of the symbols associated with chakra sealing, like on his other scroll. It had to be something else. Or not. He felt though that it wasn't harmless in any way. Maybe it was a good thing he didn't have anyone to test it on. Firing a seal directly from his palm was different from activating one drawn on paper, but he had several hours in front of him and nothing better to do. The heart of it was the same, anyway. It's just that the circle wasn't explicit like on paper. It was formed by his 5 fingers that he spent a long time wriggling around, trying to get them to crook in the right shape. Firing the seal wasn't hard. Like the other and unlike ninjutsu, he didn't need refined control of the quantity, just a general direction. The hardest part was the timing. If precision wasn't needed in the flow of chakra, it was essential in all the other aspects of sealing, be it the painted symbols or the position of his hand. He could feel the seal taking form despite having to lay it a tree. There was no sign indicating that it worked in any way, but he knew he was getting close. The ruffling of leaves interrupted his practice. He fell quiet and motionless, all his senses on high alert. Someone was coming. He hastily rolled the scroll and strapped it to his back, but thought better of it. He had been practicing the storing seal shinobi used to conceal weapons and other objects in scrolls, and he found it very handy. He got a small scroll from his pouch and unrolled it past the traditional storing spot for kunais and shuriken, until he found a blank one. The person, whoever it was getting closer. In closing, the stolen Fuinjutsu lesson disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto put the storing scroll back into his pouch and sat at the foot of the nearest tree, intent on looking as innocent as possible to what was probably one of the shinobi out on the manhunt checking out the area. He wasn't so far off, he realized when the person in question landed in a branch above his head. They were part of the manhunt indeed. The very manhunted. Hello there, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto regretted deeply having sat down in such a vulnerable position. You sold me out, you rat. The man looked exhausted and out of his mind with rage. Naruto almost expected foam to start bubbling at the corner of his mouth. He got up casually and took a few steps away, ear straining to hear the man's movement. I wouldn't say sold. I got nothing in return. All right, maybe provoking the Chunin that was already after his blood wasn't the smartest move. Mizuki let out a piercing cry of rage, so much for being discreet, and lunged himself at Naruto, who jumped back on impulse. A good impulse, because Mizuki had 2 kunais out, and the look in his eyes made Naruto shiver. He wasn't really out for his blood though. Was he? I can't believe you went to the Hokage, you fucking brat. I'm going to fucking murder you. You should have raised up the stake. Naruto yelled back before dunking into the trees. He had to escape that crazy bastard. It was sort of a chance that half the village was already after him, surely someone would stumble upon them. Maybe Naruto would even be congratulated for his capture or something. Isn't it what you wanted? Knowing where it comes from, their hatred for you? Knowing why your life has always been so miserable. Mizuki sounded focused enough despite his anger. Maybe making others suffer was therapeutic for him. Naruto clenched his teeth and regretted running around the trees meant he couldn't plug his ear shut. It was the first time he heard it acknowledged so bluntly. The very few times he had tried to broach the subject with the Hokage or another teacher, his concerns had been quickly dismissed, and he had been made to believe that he was imagining all this. Playing martyr. What would it change? I don't care. If people are assholes. But they're not, Naruto. Do you think that's it? That they're just mean and you're a victim? Tell me, monster boy, didn't it ever occur to you that they had a very good reason indeed? Naruto stopped in the next clearing and Mizuki didn't come closer. He was up on a branch, looking down at Naruto, delight obvious on his face. What a sick bastard. Naruto had heard it before. Monster boy. Beast. Abomination. But it was just things people said. It didn't mean anything. Fuck you, he said weakly. Mizuki's features softened. He crouched on his branch like he was bored suddenly. You know, I really was going to be honest about it with you. And to let you peek into that scroll too. Why on earth would you turn that down? I don't fret with traitors, Naruto spat out. Mizuki's eyes widened for a second, before he burst out into an ugly laugh. What, is that what this is about? Loyalty to the village? What has that village ever done for you, monster boy, that you would have the urge to defend it? Naruto stayed silent. He wasn't about to spill his inner struggle to that man, but it wasn't about the village, not really. It was maybe about loyalty though. He had no interest in helping people who would turn against their own, break their promises. Loyalty was important, no? Be it to the village or something else. A person, an idea. A purpose. A dream. Was Mizuki loyal to something too? Who knew? And maybe it was also about people seeking help from children, disregarding the consequences it would bring upon their head. About seeking his help, and being convinced it would be granted. Why? Mizuki hated him, and it was mutual. He could have asked anyone else. Well, maybe not anyone, but any other no-name kids from the academy, desperate for attention and recognition, and one that didn't despise him so openly. So why? Why did you ask me anyway? Naruto asked, curious despite himself, despite not really wanting to know the answer. Mizuki laughed again. I figured the monster boy wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. Stop calling me that. What, monster boy? But it's... Stop it. It's only the truth though. He had to leave. Now. Where was everybody? What were those garbage jounins doing? Why hadn't they caught up to them already? He wanted to leave this place. He didn't want to hear anything. He didn't want to know. With any brain faculty left, he would have known it was a stupid idea to turn his back to his opponent to run away. As it was, it only occurred to him when a kunai pierced his hoodie and shirt and embedded itself under his shoulder blade. He cried out and stumbled, but he didn't stop. He wasn't running fast enough though. Not fast enough to escape that voice. Tell me, Naruto, how do you think it's possible to kill a tailed beast? Naruto almost tripped, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. Answer, it's not. It can't be killed, not by men anyway. The only way to stop it is to seal it, you see. But not seal it into an object or a scroll, no, that would be a waste, wouldn't it? Such power, it has to be available at some point, even if it's so very hard to control. So it's better to seal it into a human. Shut up, he pleaded silently. Shut up, I don't want to know, I don't want to know. And newborns are the best because they don't have a will to oppose the invasion of the beast. An adult would fight against it, even unconsciously. But a child. Mizuki jumped from his branch straight on Naruto, his 2 feet colliding painfully with his back. Naruto met the harsh ground with brutal force, putting in extremis his hands in front of his face to avoid breaking his nose and all his teeth on some rocks. Dizzy from the shock, he still managed to take advantage of Mizuki losing his balance to turn on his back. The man was already on him though. Tell me, Naruto. Don't you know anyone that happened to be a newborn on the night Kyuubi was defeated? Naruto screamed. Mizuki laughed. He had a knee pressed on Naruto's chest to keep him from getting up. He straightened up, kunai high in hand, ready to strike. Naruto, mind running in overdrive and seized with panic, grappled at the first thing he could think of. The last thing he had learned. The seal came easily to his hand. He could barely move, but he could move enough that, when Mizuki struck down, he could slam his palm against the man's heart. Naruto cried out again. His attack had shifted the angle slightly and Mizuki's kunai had missed his own heart, but it still plunged deep into his shoulder. Mizuki straightened back up, ready to strike again, to finish him off. But he didn't. He had left his kunai where it was to grip at his chest, above his heart. He choked on a breath, eyes wide with panic. You bastard, what did you? He collapsed on top of Naruto, trying to bring a hand around his throat, in vain. It was over in only a few seconds. His body went limp, his face froze in a horrible grimace of pain and shock. For a long moment, nothing moved, no sound was heard. Naruto stayed frozen in place, barely breathing, indifferent to his pain, to the steady flow of his blood, to everything other than the weight pinning him down. Mizuki was dead. Contrary to what everyone, his teachers, believed, Naruto was a fast learner. He was a fast learner when he was actually taught something. As a result, he was self-taught in most of the areas of his life. There was one thing in particular, that he had learned late in life but very quickly. Up until the first few weeks of his academy days, Naruto had had solely his own experience to rely on when it came to illnesses and injuries. Meaning, illnesses weren't a thing, except after eating food gone bad, and injuries, no matter which, were a minor inconvenience most of the time. He had been patching himself up forever. He had once tumbled down a rocky patch in the forest and scrapped his legs enough that the bone was showing, but he had just bandaged it and it was fine after a few days. Same when another time when he had missed a branch and crashed on the ground. After carefully putting out the piece of wood sticking out of his side, it had healed in no time. Naruto thought it was just how things went. So he had been very confused when, during their first ever throwing practice, he had accidentally planted a shuriken deep in Hyuga Hinata's arm thanks to his terrible aim, and she had immediately started bawling while everyone around them stopped dead in their track and the teacher started fussing hysterically.
She had been excused from school that day and the next, and she had sported a thick bandage on her arm for an entire month. An entire freaking month. Naruto had been yelled out by the teacher and someone he assumed was from the girls' clan, same eyes, and he had understood that it was serious. He had kept a close eye on his classmates from then on, and he had learned his lesson. He had discovered it was yet another thing that set him apart from the rest of them. They were brought down by the smallest of injuries. They were sensitive to pain and wary of damaging their body. They needed weeks to heal from things he didn't need to concern himself with for more than a few days. They were horrified when things like embedded kunais and broken limbs happened, and he had taught himself to follow their lead, to pace himself on their absurdly weak bodies. It was one little thing he could control, so that he didn't stick out even more. Not that it had helped all that much. When they had started sparring with Sasuke, he was constantly on the lookout for an incident of the sort. There were blows he knew Sasuke wouldn't just bounce from, things that would put him out of commission when Naruto would just walk it off. He'd learned on his own, like everything else. Learned that it would freak people out if they saw him walk with open wounds and bleed all over his clothes. Learned that things he could endure would kill anyone else. Learned to hide it. So the first thing he did, once he had recovered some parody of calm, once he had crawled from under Mizuki's lifeless body, was to rip the kunai out of his shoulder, and bandaged his wounds. He took off his sleeveless hoodie and tied it around his waist, in a way that would hide most of the blood stains. It was already the color of blood anyway. All the blood was his own, except from one tiny little stain where Mizuki had coughed it out before dying. Naruto had never really thought about the practicality of the color before. He just liked it. All his clothes were like that. Blood red, bright red. Or black. Neither happy nor sad, neither bold, nor bland. Sometimes he actually forgot about the blood stains. He often got injured. He wasn't careful enough to protect his own body. He had never learned that one, since the wounds closed easily, and since he didn't care for the pain. He bandaged his wounds, mechanically, without looking at the lifeless corpse, avoiding its unseeing eyes, its distorted mouth. Of course it's only then, that someone did find them. Naruto. He raised his eyes to the newcomer. It was the Senbon guy. He recognized him from earlier, from the Hokage's office, but he didn't otherwise know him. Why were they always addressing him as if they knew him? Even if they did, couldn't they at least pretend? He'd heard the old man call him Genma, but that wasn't a reason for him to start addressing him with it, right? Couldn't they at least pretend not to know who he was? What he was? Oh hell. Oh hell. What happened? Are you alright? I'm fine. Another shinobi arrived a second later, a strict-looking man with an impressive scar running from the bridge of his nose and spreading onto his cheek like roots. He went directly to the motionless form of Mizuki still lying on the ground. He's dead, he said in a breath, both incredulous and already accusing. Yeah, no shit. What happened? Naruto focused on the Senbon one, who looked less angry than the other. There was no doubt in his mind that the next word that would come out of his mouth would be a lie though. Even if he hadn't been desperate to hide the secret of the ceiling he had stolen and learned, even if it had been something else. In other circumstances, maybe he would have told them. He had only defended himself after all. The man was a known criminal and death would have been his punishment anyway. Killing an enemy, a traitor, was nothing uncommon for them shinobi. But Naruto wasn't a shinobi, wasn't he? He wasn't an aspiring one either. He wasn't even a child. He wasn't human. Maybe he would have told them, had he not just realized why it was that he was always punished so much harsher than the others, why he couldn't get away with things everybody else did. Would they believe it was self-defense? From him? From the monster? He was feeling sick. I don't know. He just collapsed. He wondered if the seal would leave any mark. If it was well thought out, he guessed not. Looks like a heart attack, the other man said, still skeptical. Naruto avoided both their gaze. Did he attack you? A shrug. Are you hurt? Another shrug. Naruto. Stop saying my name. He didn't need to look at the man to picture the surprise on his face. We've never met before. Stop saying it. Why didn't he just called him Monster Boy to be done with it? Or that other one that he had never truly registered because it was the one that made the less sense, that he thought was the least attached to him. Demon Fox. Ha. Let's go back to the Hokage Tower, the Senbon man said. His partner hauled up Mizuki's body on his back. Naruto almost expected him to move again, to come back. He'd never realized death was so finale. So brutal. Here 1 second, gone the next. Gone by his hand. He wondered what he was supposed to feel. I don't suppose you'll let me go home, he mumbled without conviction, without any venom. He was so tired all of the sudden. He wanted to sleep. Sleep, and not wake up. You're coming with us, Senbon said as an answer. Naruto wanted to believe he at least looked apologetic about it, but it was probably just wishful thinking. One of their teachers, he didn't remember which one, had come into the classroom one morning looking sullen and gloomy, and he had announced bluntly that one of their classmates had died. A freak accident, or maybe she was sick. He didn't recall. He didn't even know her name, they had never talked and he didn't care much. The class had been shaken though, and even he had felt a little bad about it, because it was, just weird. Kids weren't supposed to die, right? Death was for the old ones. He remembered distinctly though that the very first reaction of most of them had been disbelief. Several kids had chuckled nervously, urged their teacher not to joke like that. It had taken a few minutes for the truth to really set in, for him to convince them that he wasn't joking in the slightest. Naruto had found it strange. How in hell would a teacher lie about something like this? And still, there had been a girl, who was very close to the one who had died, and who had refused to believe it. She had simply refused. The truth didn't hold a candle to what she wanted to believe, to what she desperately wished to be true. Despite all evidence, she had kept that up for days. Naruto was in the Hokage's office and he wondered if the Hokage knew about that girl and her friend. About not wanting to see the truth, no matter the proofs, no matter what. Then again, he certainly did. Naruto had heard lots about Danzo after all. That's why he decided he would ask. He could stay silent if he wanted to. He could deny everything and go back to his life. He could make up his own truth. But what was the point in that? The girl had broken down, eventually. Danzo had been found out and the Hokage was in disgrace, even if they were pretending he wasn't. The truth always came out, eventually. There were other people in the room. The Senbon guy and his teammate. Sunglasses. Sasuke's father. Shikamaru's too. And wasn't that a Hyuga? So you say he just collapsed? You didn't see anything else? I was trying not to get impaled. Sorry if I didn't pay much attention to the rest. What did they hope he would say? That he had ripped out his heart in cold blood or something? Why did it matter anyway? The traitor was dead. End of story. At least it looked like they hadn't noticed about the missing scroll. Naruto didn't want to think about it. About what would have happened, had he tried that seal on anyone else. About how he still wanted to learn in spite of it. The Hokage stayed silent like he always did, for an absurd long time that made everyone ill at ease and restless. Very well. You can go then. The other adults had stayed quiet but it was obvious they weren't mere observers. They could have objected if they wanted to. They didn't. He was free to go. Free to run back and not ask. But what was the point in that? Old man. What? It was hard to remember that the man had looked at him somehow fondly once upon a time. Naruto had thought maybe he had one ally in him, but the Hokage had quickly lost interest in his fate. His eyes were cold now, cold and tired, dead already. Mizuki said something to me. Huh? What was it? The other's attention sharpened. But Naruto stayed focused on the man. If he didn't want to give him a straight answer, Naruto would have to read it on his face, in his eyes. He inhaled deeply. No turning back. Is it true that I'm the Demon Fox? He instantly got his answer. He didn't pay attention from them on. Not to those who protested, not to their air of quiet shock. He saw without seeing it the pained expression of the old man. Why? Naruto was the one in pain. Or was he? What was the point of being a monster if he couldn't escape hurting? So that was it. That was the answer. He was a demon. He had killed hundreds of people in the village 10 years ago. And he could still kill more. Hadn't he just done that? Was that where this power was coming from, the ceiling? He was a monster. All those years they had hated him, and they had been right. He had promised himself he would stop running away, but really, right now there was nothing else he could do. He could lose Jounin in the streets of Konoha. He had done it before. He took full advantage of the small respite he got where everyone in the room stayed stupidly frozen, before they realized what was happening. Second manhunt of the day. But he wasn't as stupid as Mizuki. He just had to run away. He had to run away from this place. He had never realized how much he still hoped to find his own peace here, to carve a corner for himself. He thought they would forget about him eventually, forget about what crimes had been put on his head before he was even born. It would have passed eventually. He would have found his place. He would have been happy here. He still had hope. He had been so stupid. He had to leave right now. To get far away from here. What if he could really be dangerous still? What if the beast was let loose? He didn't want to hurt anyone. He didn't want to kill. What if Sasuke found out? What if they fought someday and Naruto slipped? What if Sasuke knew? What if he was hurt? What if he lost control in class and killed another kid? Why had they never told him about it, told him that he was a danger to be around? But hadn't they? He'd been told time and time again that he wasn't to befriend anyone, that he couldn't be loved. He should have listened. They had been right all along. He had to leave, now. Leave this place and found a hole in the ground he could crawl up in and die, because it was over. There was no hope for him anymore. He would never be home here, he would never be home anywhere. He would never be loved. How could he face Sasuke and Sakura again, now that he knew what he knew? They would have never have befriended him, had they known. They would have stayed away like their parents had told them to. He had to leave and not come back. Leave and be free of this mess. Free of the pain he could cause and the pain that could be caused to him. Wouldn't it be a blessing to be alone out there? To hide forever, away from everything? Maybe he would stop thinking. Maybe he would truly become a beast and stop thinking, stop feeling. Naruto ran and ran, deeper and deeper into the forest, barely looking where he was going, indifferent to the branches tearing at his clothes and skin, his feet bumping harshly on the uneven ground. His lungs were burning, his wounds screaming. He didn't stop. He wouldn't stop. Not until he was in an entirely different world. Not until he was someone else. Or maybe just until a tree branch grew in his path and tripped him to the ground. Caught up in the momentum, he rolled around for several meters, rocks and sticks digging at his skin. His mind was in shambles, he couldn't register what had just happened. Had that tree grown just right then? Was that even possible? Only then did he notice them. 2 for now, but more would come. Masked. One had silver hair, he had seen him earlier. The other, unknown. When he signed some more madras, another branch sprouted out of nowhere, right in Naruto's direction. He jumped purely on instinct. Naruto, calm down. Silverhair urged. His mask was painted with a dog face, hiding his expression. It was impossible to know if he really felt the urgency that could be heard in his voice. Not that Naruto cared. Let me go, let me go, he screamed, hysterical, as the branches wrapped around his arms. He trashed and kicked and only managed to make them tighter, tight enough to be painful. He wasn't about to stop though. Let me go. We can't do that, Naruto, please. I don't want to stay here. Let me go. Was he crying? It felt like he was, but he couldn't be sure. He heard more than felt something break in one of his arms. The other man, the one with the CA mask who could grow the trees, let out a distressed groan and the grip weakened just a smidge. Naruto, you'll hurt yourself. I don't care. Naruto. Stop saying my name. He wasn't Naruto. He wasn't anyone. He wasn't even there. Where was he? Where was he? It was dark, and damp. It smelled terrible. I want to break free, it said. Me too, me too. I want to break free. Me too, me too. For one, maybe two exhilarating seconds, Naruto burst out with power. He was flooded with chakra that was foreign to him, bright red and burning, setting fire to his vein and to his whole mind. He didn't care. It was power. Strong enough to break, strong enough to fight. Strong enough to break free. For one, maybe two exhilarating seconds, Naruto hoped. And then a paper seal was slapped to his forehead, and all was dark. Ironic, it said. But not very funny. Naruto opened his eyes. Or well, he tried to. His eyelids were as heavy as lead. His whole body hurt. Not just muscles from harsh training or a strain from injury, but a bone-deep pain all throughout his body, pinning him to the ground as surely as if he'd been in chains. He tried to move. He heard something rattled. Oh. It wasn't the pain. He managed to sit up. He managed to open his eyes, and for a second he panicked because he couldn't see a thing, but it was just dark. There was a single candle burning in a corner somewhere. He couldn't see much, but he could see enough. The heavy metal circling his wrists and ankles, enough. The chain attached to it, crawling on the ground to their anchor in the raw stone wall, enough. And the bars cutting through the air, setting him apart from the rest of the world, enough. Caged. Naruto screamed. Chapter 11. Maybe that's how life was going to be from then on. It made sense that they would imprison him. He was a dangerous monster after all. But why hadn't they done that sooner then? Or even right from the start? Was it so that he could enjoy life a little, until it was too risky to let him out? Or was it a form of punishment, of torture, for all the lives lost because of him? Was he going to stay in that cell forever? No way. No way. They had no right, no right. It wasn't his fault, if he was this way. He didn't ask for this. He had tried to leave this place, to keep it safe. Why stop him if it was to cage him? Why not let him go? He didn't remember much of what had happened. There were the two masks in the wood, and then... had they knocked him out? So that they could throw him in there? He had never sustained any injury that put him out more than a few minutes. What had they done to him? There had been a paper seal. How long had he been unconscious? He pulled at his chains, again. He hit the ground and the walls he could reach, again. He felt weak and sluggish still despite having been awake for hours now. His wounds had been dressed properly at some point, but they were mostly gone already. And yet, his strength was spilling out of him. Would no one ever come to visit him? Was he looking at what the rest of his life would be like? He wondered what the others would say. He wondered if Sasuke would look for him. But then he remembered that Sasuke could never know about him. So maybe it was okay like this. He left only good memories, or well, not too bad ones. They would forget about him soon enough, as he wasted away here. The sound of footsteps echoing against the bare stone interrupted his spiraling thoughts. He crawled toward the bars to get a better view, but the chains were too short for him to reach them. The warm halo of a moving torch came closer and closer, slowly invading the cage with light. He squinted, trying to see who was there beyond the light. "I'm sorry, Naruto." He slumped back, defeated. The old Hokage. It figured. "Let me out of here." "I can't." "Why not?" He wanted to sound angry, to sound menacing, and he hated how his voice was just weak, pleading. He sounded like a whiny child. But he was so scared and lost, and he didn't understand why this was all happening to him, why he had to go through this. What had he done to deserve it? Oh, that's right. He had done plenty indeed. This won't last, Naruto. It's only a precaution. A precaution. The seal needed to be reinforced. It's for your own good. Mizuki's voice was echoing around in his mind. The only way to stop it is to seal it. He wrapped his arms around his knees in a vain attempt to provide himself with some warmth and comfort. Why can't I go if it's done? We need to make sure. It could still be weakened. We need to make sure. So it was possible to break the seal. To let the beast loose. That was absurd. Even with his very limited knowledge on seals, he knew that they could be made as sturdy and unbreakable as one wanted, provided one had some talent. Maybe that was the issue. How would we know? He was tired and cold, and hungry too. It drove him crazy to look through the bars, to have them standing there in his field of vision, unmovable. To have the certitude that he couldn't go anywhere. Caged. Trapped. It depends on you, Naruto. What? It's tied to your will. You are the one who weakened the seal. You are the one who can strengthen or weaken it even further. He had this vague memory, of a strange-looking place, of a deep, scary voice. Of a door. Bars just like those ones. And beyond them. I'll do it. If I do it you'll let me go, right? The long pause didn't bode well for him. You can't leave the village, Naruto. His blood turned to ice. He didn't know what it was, but there was something in the man's voice, something that told him this was different from all the time he had been told that before, or had been told he couldn't do something period. It wasn't, you can't, it's dangerous, or, you can't, it's too hard for you, you can't, it's frowned upon, you can't, you'll hurt yourself or someone else. It was different. You can't, because it's forbidden to you. You are not allowed. And you will never be. Why the hell not? He spat out. Anger was bringing back some fire inside of him, some alertness and warmth. It felt good. I wish it had gone differently. You weren't supposed to learn about this until much later, when you were ready to hear it. But what is done is done. I don't know how much Mizuki told you, I'll go straight to the heart of it. Despite his words, the old man took the time to take out and lit his pipe, like they were just chatting over tea and not on each side of a damn prison wall. Anger turned white-hot inside Naruto's head. It is true that the nine-tailed fox was sealed inside of you on the day of your birth. It was the only way to save the village from annihilation. In that sense, you saved us all, Naruto. Yeah, right. The man pretended he hadn't heard him. That power lives inside you now. It is enormous, more so than you could imagine. And as such, it is a great weapon. There was a pause. The old man was waiting for his words to sink in, but they wouldn't. Naruto refused to hear them. It couldn't be it. It couldn't. This is why this has been kept a secret. You understand, don't you? If words got out about you, a lot of people would want to get their hands on you, Naruto. Outside the village, we wouldn't be able to protect you. Protect him? Really? That was it? What was it that Mizuki had said? Such power has to be available. So he was in prison after all. Even if they unlocked the chains, opened the door to his cell, he was never getting out of here. He was never leaving that place. He would never be free. The anger reached its boiling point, invading his mind and body, ready to lash out. Before it though, he felt the life being sucked out of him like juice from a juice box, leaving him squeezed out and empty. What? This place was designed to keep very strong shinobi in. Using chakra is ill-advised in that kind of situation. Naruto felt the burning of hot tears sting at his eyes, and he ducked his head between his knees so that the old man wouldn't see. Why couldn't they just kill him and be done with it? I'm truly sorry, Naruto. Why yeah, right. The Hokage sighed deeply. As long as you don't come to terms with this, we can't let you go. It's for your own safety, Naruto. Naruto howled, enraged and heartbroken, and had the bleak satisfaction of seeing the man take a step back. He trashed against his chains, only to feel them drain him again. He kept going anyway. Naruto, stop it. You'll hurt yourself. The old man sounded worried. A whole lot of good it did now, for his to care about Naruto. Now, when he was chained like a criminal, an animal, now that they had stolen his future away from him. Naruto snarled and tugged again as hard as he could, until the chains fought back, and, depleted and despaired, he passed out. It was the great Itachi affair all over again. No one would tell Sasuke anything about what was going on. It didn't seem to be the matter of the whole village like it had been back then, but it was of much more significance for him this time. Because Naruto was missing. It was only 2 days, and maybe in other circumstances Sasuke would have thought nothing of it. but both his parents had stormed off in the middle of dinner 2 nights ago, and his class had been informed the next day that Mizuki-sensei had unfortunately died of a heart attack during the night. Naruto had been gone since then. His mother was out of her mind with anger. The previous night he had had to give up on sleep because she had yelled after his father for hours, getting him worked up enough that he had started to yell too. He couldn't make out what they were saying. Itaka was sleeping in his room so that he could keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't eavesdrop. He seemed worried too. Sasuke was pissed. He couldn't help but worry, but they would tell him, right? If something had happened to his friend, they wouldn't just keep it from him. Would they? He was back there again. So he hadn't imagined this place. It looked like some sewers, damp and dark, unpleasant. He was ankle deep in murky water, but he didn't feel it on his skin. He didn't feel his own body. Where am I? He was alone down there. He had wandered the corridors for a while, afraid of getting lost in this maze and yet unable to just stand still, to stay where he was. He'd stumbled quickly back in that room. The one with the prison bars. There was something behind it. On the lock where keyhole should have been, there was a seal. A simple sheet of paper taped between the 2 panels, the seal kanji painted on it. It was anything but simple though, he could tell. The paper was slightly dented in the middle, like the door had opened just a smidge and ripped the border. I want to be free, it said. He remembered that. Remembered that voice. Me too, he answered on instinct, because it was the truth, back then and now too. But you can't. You're too weak. Well, seems like you can't either, so maybe you're weak. There was a laugh. Or was it a snarl? It was terrifying. But Naruto knew he was right. Knew that the seal wouldn't break, the gate wouldn't open. He was somewhat safe on this side of the barrier. Safe from that at least. I could make you strong. The rush of red chakra in his vein, the sheer power, he wanted to feel it again. He wanted to be strong. But I don't need your help. Are you sure about that? I don't want it then. It moved behind its bars. The cage was enormous, but it was small for what it was supposed to contain. Naruto couldn't help but take a step forward. 5 massive claws sprung out between the bars, nearly impaling him. He fell back on his butt in a splash of water as the thing laughed. You will. In the darkness beyond the bars, 2 red eyes opened to focus on him. He could make out faintly the rest of the face, the vibrant orange fur, the massive body. The vague shape of a giant fox. You will. Nothing. Ino shook her head, frustration obvious in her tensed shoulders and closed fists, and Sakura tried to hide her disappointment for her sake. It had been a long shot, with how tightly the adults were about the whole issue, and Ino had already done more than Sakura could hope for. The ones I heard talking all say that Naruto is just very sick, and I think they believe it. Whatever it is, they don't know. It wasn't even about it being absurd. Naruto didn't get sick. Naruto could recover from a cracked skull in a matter of days. It could have been it still, could have been poisoning or anything of the sort. But Sasuke looked so worried, and he said something was going on, and Sakura believed him. If Naruto was just sick, why couldn't they see him? Why would no one just tell them that directly, and tell them what was wrong with him exactly, keep them in the loop? Again, could have been nothing. If it was anyone but Naruto. Because Naruto was special. No one knew in what way, but it didn't change the fact. Thanks, Ino. For what? I couldn't find anything. She looked upset. She prided herself on her ability to dig up anything about what happened around the village, including confidential matters that she really had no business knowing about. It was a blow to her self-esteem, to be beaten by something that should have been a mundane issue. It only served to prove that something very suspicious was going on. I'm sure he's fine, Ino added after a while. Sakura stared at her, surprised. Ino wasn't really one for comfort. She pouted, but she said it again. He'll be back in no time. Don't you worry. She didn't seem very convinced, and yet she had to be right, right? Kids didn't just disappear like this. Naruto had to be somewhere. She couldn't help it though. It's just. You know how. How people aren't always so nice to him. And I can't help but think. She sniffled, mortified that her tears were getting the better of her now. She didn't want to cry, there was no point, it wouldn't help in any way. And yet tears gathered up in her eyes, her throat tightened around a sob. That maybe no one would care. If he. That right there was her real fear. Maybe they couldn't find out about anything because the adults themselves didn't know. And maybe they didn't care. Who would look for Naruto if he disappeared? Who would care about his fate? Wouldn't they be happy, on the contrary, to be rid of the trouble kid? Ino slammed both her hands on Sakura's shoulders, hard enough to make her waver. Her gaze was fierce, Sakura couldn't look away. That's not true. What? You care. Sasuke does too. And even me, okay? And freaking Sai, of all people. We'd care. We'll find out. Don't you worry. Stupidly enough, that's what got the dam to broke. Sakura sniffled loudly and panic crossed Ino's face, but she didn't let go. She didn't close the distance between them either. It didn't matter. She was keeping Sakura upright, keeping her on her feet. It was enough for now. Was the thought his, or was it the demon whispering into his ear? He was having trouble dissociating the two. The idea came anyway, unbidden and unwelcome, as he was contemplating the perspective of a life bound to the walls of the village. I would be free of that village, if the village didn't exist. No. He had exhausted himself trying to get free of his shackles and now he couldn't wake up anymore. He had to wait for his body to recover some measure of strength, and in the meantime, he was stuck down there with the fox. I won't let you harm them. I'll stop you. Why? Why protect this place, these people? What have they done to deserve your loyalty? Nothing. I'm not loyal to them. The village could burn to ashes. He didn't care. But Sasuke did. Sasuke loved this place. His whole family was here, his friends. Naruto wouldn't let any harm come to them. Friends. I won't let you, Naruto said again, stubborn. The fox was right, Naruto was weak and useless, and that power could grant him his freedom. But at what cost? He still had something here. Something small maybe, but still. He had Sasuke and Sakura, and he would let no harm come to them. That choice at least was easy to make, even if it meant letting go of his only shot at freedom. He could feel murderous intent, hatred far greater than his own, spilling out from the cage and into the water. Maybe it wasn't even water. Maybe that was it, it was these dark and terrible thoughts trying to reach him, to drown him out. But Naruto had never wished death upon anyone. That's not what he wanted, not what he was after, and he wouldn't let the fox poison him like this. He laid a hand on the paper seal, just like Itachi had done to stick the chakra sheets together. The memory left him queasy, unbalanced. It seemed so surreal, so far away from him. What was going on outside? How long had he been stuck here? There was no window in the cell, no source of light other than the flickering candles in the corridor, no sense of time. Were they still waiting for him? When he took his hand back the sheet was whole once again, the tear gone. The fox roared. Naruto woke up. We'll find a solution, Mikoto. We're working on it. When? How long do you plan on leaving him in that cell? I swear if it was up to me. Well, it's not. Maybe it should. They held on to each other's gaze, none of them willing to back out and look away first. Fugaku's patience was rapidly dwindling, and he tried to remember when things had started to go so wrong in their life. Even this was put to question now, his leadership of their clan. It had never been before. Fugaku's father was the clan head before him and he has raised his oldest son to take his place one day. Mikoto's own father was his second in command, their marriage had made sense. They would have kids and their eldest would in turn inherit the clan, and that was it. Except Mikoto didn't like that anymore, and she wasn't the only one starting to question it. It was the women, mostly. Working themselves up over their place in the clan, what more they could do, displeased with their fate all of the sudden. Plus there was the increasing concern about Itachi. Fugaku had never worried because Itachi was the best shinobi the clan had produced in a long time, and he thought his leadership would never be doubted by the others. It hadn't. Not by them, anyway. Time passed and Itaka was still only a desk jonin. He wasn't back on active duty. He wasn't back on regular training. He didn't look like that path appealed to him in any way anymore. Would you have us free him without condition? Without guarantees? Yes. He rolled his eyes. He knew she was dead serious and yet he couldn't help but see it as a provocation. Naruto is not a criminal. He has done nothing warranting that punishment. Don't be so naive. If he's in there, it's because he's dangerous, to all of us. And since when do we lock up those of us who are a threat, huh? Did we lock up Itaka? He closed his mouth, shocked, expecting her to take the words back. She didn't, despite the pain it brought her. She wasn't going to pull her punches. What if Naruto loses control and levels the whole village, Mikoto? What then? Once again he thought she would back down, would finally see reason. Instead her gaze only hardened, and he didn't recognize the harsh expression on her face, a rage bordering on hatred that looked out of place on her gentle features. Then we will only have gotten what was coming for us. Please let me out. I'll be good, I swear. I won't try to run away anymore. Please. I want to, Naruto. I want to believe you. But it's not so simple. In a way, Naruto was impressed. He had always considered the old Hokage as being too nice, too soft to be the village leader. To discover how wrong he had been left a bitter taste in his mouth. The Hokage was unyielding, unmoved by his pleas and his threats, firm in his resolve even in front of a whining child. Then again, it had to help that he probably didn't see Naruto as a child at all. Why be emotional over a demon? The man was right to doubt him anyway. He would have said anything to get out of here. But was he really ready to swear off his freedom? To agree to his own captivity? We're looking into a solution. So that what happened in the woods won't happen again. Naruto nodded, even if he didn't know what that was exactly. Was it the power that had leaked out, the red chakra that had brought fear into the two masked ones? Or just that he had tried to escape? At least they didn't intend to leave him here forever. Small mercies. I know you're eager to go out. And your friends are waiting for you, the Sandaime said, trying to sound encouraging. Naruto hadn't asked, and he didn't want to know. He hated that he wished for both equally, that they didn't care about his fate, going about their lives, proving once and for all that he had to forget about them. And that they worried, that they were looking for him, because he wanted them to miss him as much as he missed them. It would only be fair. He hadn't asked though because he didn't want the Hokage to know about them. That was too great a weakness in the man's hands. Too late for that, it seemed. They're worried, of course, he went on. They want to know what happened to you. Naruto didn't have the time to feel relief or annoyance before he was hit full force with a sense of impending doom. He leaned forward on instinct, even if his movements were still very much restricted. You didn't tell them, right? You won't tell them about me. The panic made his body react just like the anger and he could already feel the chains working against him. He willed himself to calm down, shoving down all his emotions behind a wall where they couldn't bother him, couldn't get him into trouble. They can't know. They can't know. Calm down, Naruto. Of course no one will them. I told you it had to remain a secret. For the safety of all, and for yours too. Deep down, Naruto knew that was a lie. Because they all knew. All the adults anyway. They all knew to treat him like the threat he was, they all knew to stay clear of him. Even their kids knew that, the only difference was that they didn't know why exactly. Sasuke had still approached him because he didn't know. If he heard about it too. Unless there's a good reason, they won't be put in the confidence. Naruto heard that as the threat it was. It was fine. Great, even. If you swear that they won't know, then I'll stay put. I promise. I'll never give you any reason to tell them. He was showing all his cards now. No one was supposed to know that he cared about them that much, that they had such power over him. That they could sway him away from his own goals. But if he was trapped here forever, he needed at least this. And he would have to learn to live with the rest. If he had only this. The old man studied his face for a long time, assessing his determination, his honesty. In the dim light, his immobility made him look like a statue, with only eyes to show for the life inside of him, like a soul trapped in a body of rock. Naruto shoved down the rage, like he shoved down everything else. What was the point in feelings, really? He would have much rather have been numb to everything. That way he could have listened to the demon's voice, and then. No. No. Not that. Never. Even if he didn't have feelings, he didn't want others to feel bad because of him either. The pain he would cause would become his own. And he had more than enough to go by already. I believe you, Naruto. Naruto sighed deeply, relieved. But the man turned away and left without another word, and Naruto was crushed by the sheer helplessness of one's fate being entirely out of one's control. How do you like that, brat? Will you do it then, Shisui? Had he not made his decision already, Shisui would have surely done it now, faced with Mikato's steady but pleading look. She was making admirable efforts to appear calm and open, to make him feel like the decision was his, that he was free to refuse. As if he could refuse such a heartfelt plea. He had already decided anyway. Of course I will. With just as much control, she just let out a slow sigh of relief that barely moved her face. At her side, Fugaku sat crossed-armed and sullen, expression set in stone. Shisui had no idea what he was thinking, but if he had agreed to this, he had to approve to some extent. He wasn't a man whose hand could be forced. Or was he? Mikato had been grilling him hard. We can go now, if it's okay with you, she said pleasantly, again making a terrific job at keeping any impatience out of her voice and face. He nodded. They all stood up from the kitchen table where their tea had gone cold, untouched. Out of the corner of his eyes, Shisui saw a flickering movement disappear behind the wall. It figured. Just a second, I'll be right out. Sure enough, Sasuke was standing a few feet away from the door, trying to look innocent. You're not fooling anyone, Shisui said gently. He wasn't so bad at faking cheer, but Sasuke saw right through it. Are you alright? He asked. His concern was cute. Sometimes Shisui had a hard time remembering how young he was exactly. How old too, by their fucked up standards. Yeah. Is this about? Sasuke bit his lips. It's not that he couldn't ask, more that he couldn't get an answer. He asked anyway. Is this about Naruto? Shisui should have denied it, but what was the point? Besides, he wasn't too fond of lying to children. Yes. Is he alright? He will be. Shisui tried to look convinced. In truth, he didn't know. Okay. Shisui was surprised that the boy wasn't assaulting him with questions, but it seemed Sasuke had learned his own share of patience and to bide his time. He had looked so worried these past few days, so lost. He was probably past caring about the details, he just wanted to see his friend again. To know he was okay. Shisui ruffled his hair but couldn't bring himself to be as harsh about it as he would usually be. It's gonna be fine, Sasuke. Shisui turned away before the boy could see the lie. He followed Mikato and Fugaku out of the district, all the way to the Hokage Tower. They didn't enter it though, they aimed for the next building, the one that hosted parts of the archive, the intelligence and interrogation department. And the ninja prison. Marino Ibiki was waiting for them in the entryway, as scary and serious as ever. He looked displeased too. You're supposed to go alone, he said gruffly. Ha, so that was that. This place was his own little kingdom, and he was upset about hosting a guest that he couldn't approach himself, that he could do nothing about. He explained the way to Shisui and led him to a narrow staircase that plunged down into the lower levels, carved out of the ground. Maybe it would be better if there's no one around when we come back up, Shisui said offhandedly. He didn't wait to see if they would heed his suggestion. He ignored the first few doors, knowing he had to go to the very last level. It couldn't even be called that. The stairs ended abruptly on the hard-packed earth, and behind a low stone arch, there was a single space cut in half by metal bars. And behind the bars, there was Naruto. As always, Shisui hadn't been given much detail, but he didn't need it. He could piece it back together just fine. The simple fact that they had asked him, of all people, was enough to paint the bigger picture. If it was true that any Sharinon could, in theory, grant control over the tailed beasts, in practice no one in the Uchiha clan knew how to manage such a feat. Shisui was a special case though. Shisui had a Mangekyo Sharinon, and a very peculiar one. He could control anyone he wanted just fine. "Hello, Naruto," he had whispered, and still his voice was obscenely loud in the silent cave, piercing through the still air like a spear. The boy was sitting in a tight ball as far from the bars as possible, head buried between his knees, arms wrapped around it. He made no indication he had heard Shisui, or even noticed his presence. The key slid easily in the lock, but it took several tries to turn it. Naruto still didn't move, even when Shisui stepped inside the cell, kneeled in front of him. He went for the ankle rings first. The key was also a seal breaker, and he felt it disperse as the shackle cracked open. "Naruto! Naruto, come on! Give me your hands!" Shisui wasn't acknowledged in any way, but Naruto didn't resist when the older boy pried his arm away from his knees gently. The last chain clattered on the ground. "Naruto! Don't look at me!" His voice was hoarse, probably from screaming. He hadn't moved a muscle. "Please! Don't look at me!" And Shisui had known that. He'd known Naruto would ask and he'd known he would agree. It was ironic, because they didn't know how wrong they had been to ask Shisui, how pointless it was. Because he wouldn't call on the Sharinon. "No way. I won't. I won't, I promise." Naruto raised his head then, to look directly into the black of Shisui's eyes. They held gaze for a long, breathless moment. Shisui forced himself to remain steady, like Mikoto had, to look strong and reassuring and not as distressed as he felt. Finally, after an eternity, Naruto finally unfolded, his joints cracking painfully as he stretched his tightly coiled body. "Let's go," Shisui said once he was up. Naruto was staring at the ground, and they made their way back up in complete silence. Shisui was grateful to see that the first floor had been deserted like he had suggested. Even the street in front of the building was empty. The sky was gray, but it wouldn't rain. It would have been appropriate though. Shisui didn't know how to broach the next subject, how to tell Naruto what had been decided for him. He grasped at the first thing he could think of saying. "Sasuke has been looking for you." It didn't have the intended effect. Naruto finally raised his eyes from the ground, but it was to cast a panicked look at Shisui. His eyes widened in fear and his face contorted in an awful expression of pain and anguish Shisui had a hard time not looking away from. He cursed himself for his lack of tact. "Don't tell him," Naruto whispered, pleading. "Don't tell him anything." "I won't. I won't. Don't tell them. I won't." Naruto was supposed to have slept most of the time spent down there, the only thing that had remotely placate Mikoto enough to dissuade her from blowing up the prison herself, but the dark bags under his eyes told a different story. He was shivering even if the air wasn't so cold, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to sleep for 100 years. Shisui could relate. Unfortunately for both of them, it wasn't going to happen. "I want to go home," Naruto whined. It was strange to hear him sound like an actual kid for once. Too bad Shisui had to be the one to steal the kid's lollipop. "You can't." Master of tact, that's what he was. Naruto looked seconds away from spontaneous combustion. I'm sorry. It's the condition for you, wandering around. You can't be left unsupervised so. You're coming with me. Like. To my place." At least it was absurd enough that for a moment, Naruto forgot to be angry, too busy processing the level of bullshit he was currently dealing with. "What?" he said weakly. Shisui could see he was already resigned to his fate though. He didn't even try to argue any further. He just looked away, because he was angry, probably, not to hide tears or anything, and his shoulders sagged in complete defeat. "Whatever. It's whatever. I don't care." Shisui hated this. The questions would come later, probably. He hoped. The boy wouldn't stay so apathetic for long, right? He would be back to himself in no time and he would make Shisui's life miserable, as was his right. His duty, even. They don't know anything, right? They don't know about me, Naruto asked again. No, they've been told you were sick, nothing else. He exhaled a sigh of relief, although he still looked shaken. Cool. Cool. That's cool. Shisui had feared it would be like that. That Naruto would want to hide, keep it a secret. It would only serve to deepen the breach between him and the others, maybe it was even his purpose. And it was wrong. Now wasn't the time to touch on that subject, but it would have to be soon. Or they would lose the boy for good. What about you? Naruto asked as they kept walking toward the Uchiha district. His eyes were firmly trained on the ground, determined not to see anything, or anyone. What about me? Do you know? About what I am. And what's I've done. I do, Shisui said, trying to sound calm and firm, careful to rid his voice of anything that could sound like fear or disgust. He thought Naruto would ask more, ask what he knew exactly, what he thought of it. The boy kept silent. All the way to the Uchiha district, to Shisui's modest house. It wasn't inside the district, but just out, facing the outer wall. A feeble rebellion from his part, moving out of the family house after his mother had died, and leaving the district. He had hoped Itachi would eventually dare to follow and move into the spare room. He had thought that would be for him that he would have to move all the junk he had accumulated there. Instead, it was for Naruto that he had hastily cleaned it up to turn it into a bedroom. Naruto knew nothing of that though, since he didn't ask. He unrolled the futon, shed most of his clothes, and disappeared under the covers without a word or a look toward Shisui. I'll be downstairs, the older boy said lamely, at a loss as to how he could help, what he could do. Resigned, he exited the room, hoping some sleep would bring back some fight into Naruto's abused mind. He would find something. Shisui hadn't agreed to this for Fugaku or the Hokage or any of the other ones in charge who thought the boy had to be watched at all time, who feared him staying here and him vanishing equally. He had agreed for Naruto and no one else. He would do it for him, for the same reason Mikoto had pushed for this even if she couldn't like it all that much. Even if she knew how reluctant he was to use Kota Amatsukami, which he did his best to keep hidden. He had agreed, not so that he could monitor Naruto, but so that Naruto wouldn't be left on his own after all this, left to go through it alone, to make sense of it himself, without support or help. So that he wouldn't be another discarded child. I want to know, Sasuke said, as serious and firm as a 10-year-old could be, why the hell would Naruto go live with Shisui out of the blue? Language, Sasuke. Fugaku growled, a hair away from snapping. The look Sasuke threw at his father made Mikoto wonder if she was going to hear him say the word fuck for the first time. That it would be a fuck you to his father wouldn't be surprising in the slightest. Instead, Sasuke, who occasionally knew how to pick his battle, looked away from the fuming man and settled to stare at nothing at all. His fists were closed on his folded legs and he was sitting straight and rigid on the tatami. By his side, Itachi was just as tensed, eyes flickering between his parents, kneeling in front of him, and brother, by his side. Them against us. What, Sasuke tried again, breathed short in his efforts to remain calm, happened. To my friend. It doesn't concern you. For F. Sasuke. Itachi had been quicker than her. Or maybe she had had no intention of stopping her youngest from disrespecting his father in a way that would have guaranteed some broken paper rice door. Sasuke wasn't throwing a childish tantrum, and she believed he was fully aware of the consequence of his words and actions. Itachi disliked violence though, be it physical or verbal. He always chose de-escalation. And Sasuke listened to Itachi on all things. It is true that something serious happened, Itachi said, voice calm and even, ignoring Fugaku's noise of protestation. And the fact that you can't be told what is out of our control. You are well aware that Naruto is a special case, and that there are things about him you don't know. You can insist all you want, but you should know that he also requested that you and your other friends were kept out of this. Sasuke was drinking his brother's words, expression a careful neutral despite the questions that were no doubt swarming in his mind. Regardless of what you know, he needs you right now. It's possible that he'll reject you, and he'll try to pull away, but he will need you all the same. You are his friend, right? Sasuke nodded seriously. Can you wait then? If he wants to share it with you, he will. But if he doesn't, what will you do? Sasuke mulled this over, a deep frown on his young face making something churn in Mikoto's guts. No matter what they did, the children ended up caught up with it anyway. She managed to convey to Fugaku to stay silent. He obeyed, reluctantly, but still. It doesn't matter. I'll help in whatever way I can, Sasuke said eventually. She was proud to see he had understood the lesson. Obviously, he still wanted answers, and maybe he would still look for them. But he wouldn't let it show. Then do your best for things to go back to normal. There's nothing to worry about for now. I promise. Her two boys looked at each other, communicating silently in a language she had no hope to decipher. They shared something parents couldn't intrude in, no matter how much they wanted to. In the end, it was always them against the rest of the world, and for kids, parents composed a vast portion of it. They turned back to face their parents. Sasuke bowed without making eye contact with either of them. I'm sorry for my insistence. Fugaku at least didn't have the gale to look pleased by this. You can both go, he dismissed, defeated. She had a strange sense of foreboding, about what their future relationship with their sons would be like. The things he had on him when he had been stopped in the woods were already at Shisui's, and the sealing scroll was still there in his weapon pouch, untouched. No one had found out then. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Naruto stared at the palm of his hands, his 5 fingers crooked to form a circle. Such a simple, easy thing to do, power the seal, lay in on the opponent's chest, and then the heart stopped. It just stopped. And they were gone. The technique had a name, probably, but Naruto couldn't read it. He would call it the Heartbreaker Sealing Technique. Seemed appropriate. Buried deep in his psyche, the fox laughed hard enough to rattle the bars of its cage. Chapter 12. What was Naruto supposed to do now? How was he supposed to bear the look of all those people, now that he knew why they stared him down like that? And the look of the kids who didn't know, who he was deceiving, endangering by his mere presence? Was it right of him to keep training, to keep trying to become stronger? What devastation would he bring if he lost it like back then in the woods, if there was no one to stop him? What was he supposed to do? Why you? Shisui took the time to finish filling both their bowl with steaming fried rice before sitting down in front of Naruto across the table. He had all but dragged the young boy out of bed, pushed him in the shower mercilessly and forced some of his own clothes down on him while he washed Naruto's. They still smelled like the cell. Why me what? Why is it you? That has to look after me. It didn't make much sense to him. Shouldn't it have been someone higher ranked or more powerful? Shisui was plenty talented probably, but he was also under 20. Ah. Well, out of all the Uchiha, it was the least politically sensitive choice, let's put it that way. I don't have much status inside the clan, and not much ambition either. Why did it have to be an Uchiha? That was the real question, and the one Shisui had tried to dodge. Naruto stared at him, unblinking. Would he tell him the truth? Or would he lie, like all the others? Naruto wouldn't have faulted him for it. He found it amazing enough that the older boy could even stand to be in his presence, to have him in his house, knowing what he knew. The Sharingan grants control over the beast, Shisui said simply. He went back to eating while Naruto choked on his rice. What? I imagine that's why it makes you so skittish. I have a special form of it. Which is what qualifies me as your guardian. Or guard. Jailer. Naruto looked away then, unable to bear his gaze even when it remained black. The panic he had felt faced with Izumi's Sharingan felt sharper now, taking the form and shape of the chains that had weighed him down in the cell, restricting his movements, draining his power. He had to put his bowl down. He was shaking badly, and he was losing his breath as if he has been running for 100 miles. They could control him. If he looked in Shisui's eyes, he would be at his mercy. Helpless. Forced to do their binding. To destroy. To kill. No way to fight it. No way to break free. Naruto. Naruto, look at me. Hands on his cheeks, guiding his face. He closed his eyes tightly. Naruto, please. No, no. Don't look at me. Please, please. Naruto. Open your eyes. Was he crying again? Maybe. Shisui's voice was gentle but firm, very close. It wasn't commanding. Maybe this didn't work without eye contact. Small mercy. Come on, hey. Open your eyes. See for yourself. They stayed like this for an absurdly long time, Naruto sitting on the ground, Shisui kneeling in front of him, cupping his face, waiting. Naruto gulping useless mouthfuls of air, and Shisui very still in front of him, steady as a wall, steady enough to grab onto. Naruto thought he would give up, start to yell or storm off, but he didn't move or said another word. His hold was loose on his face. Naruto could have escaped if he wanted. Eventually, he opened his eyes. The black gaze of Shisui was trained on him, focused and steady. I won't use it on you. You won't ever see it. I promise, Naruto. You are safe here, with me. Why? Why would you do that? You're not a prisoner. And I won't treat you like one. What if I trust you? Naruto's breath disappeared all over again, punched out of him by the absolute certitude in Shisui's voice. I know I won't ever have to do that to you. I trust you. You are free, Naruto. You are. It was a lie. I trust you, and I hope you'll trust me. You have my words. Never. That one though. That one maybe was true. Kakashi had been the one to carry Naruto's unconscious body back to the village. He was so light, so small. It was hard to believe he was 10 already, he was short for his age, probably underfed. One would have given him 8 years under his belt at most, especially when he was asleep, his face relaxed and his eyes closed. When they were open, it was hard not to give him 20 years more. Kakashi had carried him through the woods, all the way to the Hokage's office. It was crowded with the high-ranked of the village and they didn't want the boy out of their sight, so he had ended up perched awkwardly on the Hokage's desk with Naruto in his arm. The seal was still sticking to his forehead, as long as it was, he wouldn't wake up. Some thought it wasn't such a bad alternative. He had not participated in the discussion, despite all he wanted to say. Despite his outrage at some of their words, his gratitude for others, he had not said a thing, he had stayed silent. Between the clan heads, the Takubetsu Jounins, the senior officials, all with a word to put in and a thought to give, he had simply listened and rocked slightly the sleeping boy in his arms, knowing full well he wasn't sleeping. Had he been asleep, surely all those people debating his fate loudly would have woken him up. But he was kept under by the seal, and so he hadn't stirred. Kakashi had been the one to carry him down to the cell. It's temporary, the Hokage had said. It won't last. Just the time for us to find a solution. It wasn't any consolation when Kakashi had been the one to close the chains around the boy's limbs. It was necessary, and he knew it. In the forest Tenzo and he had barely reacted fast enough to stop the demon from making an appearance. There had been no warning, no transition, in an instant, the beast was there with them, threatening everything and everyone around. They had no idea how Naruto would be when he would wake up, who they would face. If he would have regained control over the Nine Tails. If he would even want to. Kakashi had been the one to lock the door of the cell. It wasn't the worst thing he had done in his life. He had locked up or delivered to prison plenty of people. Never children, but that only depended on the definition of the term. He had fought and killed shinobi who were Naruto's age. He had fought and nearly died when he was his age too. This was different though. Naruto wasn't a shinobi, he wasn't a soldier. No matter how one looked at it, he was nothing else but a victim. And he was the one being chained. Being punished. And Kakashi was the one to do it. Kakashi had stayed far away from Naruto, but he had observed him a lot. He had seen him with Fugaku's youngest son, with the pink-haired girl. He didn't seem to be doing so bad. He wasn't as alone as he used to be, he was interacting more with his classmates. Kakashi had been convincing himself that he was fine staying out of the boy's path. Kakashi was bad news to anyone he befriended, it was better this way. Naruto didn't need help, he didn't need anything from him. He had been a freaking fool. The portrait painted by the Uchiha, by Fugaku and Mikoto, and by Itaki and Shisui, who were the only people among those involved in Naruto's future who had as much as talked to him in the past few years, had nothing to do with what he had made up in his head. They described an angry child, at war with the entire world, eager for freedom and independence, unwilling to let anyone in. He was wild and aggressive, feral at times, quick to lash out, wary about everyone. The two kids, Sasuke and Sakura, and a few others of their grades, were the only one who could hope to approach him without getting their head bitten off, and even that wasn't always a given. Naruto was bitter and lonely. He was miserable. Kakashi had seen nothing of it. Or he had just squinted his eyes. Looked away. He hadn't decided to keep his distances because he had seen he wasn't needed. He had decided, and then he had looked for the excuse, the justification. They all had. They all had come up with their own reasons, all had constructed their story carefully, so that they could reject the blame if it ever laid on them, like a game. Pass it on to the next one over. But the others had no obligation towards the boy. Not like Kakashi had. Naruto was Minato and Kushina's son, their treasure. And Kakashi had abandoned him. Worse than that, he'd all but turned against him. Became his persecutor. He had failed him, and them, completely. "Please," he said, breaking the heavy silence blanketing the Hokage's office, "please don't ever ask anything like that of me again." The Sandaime didn't raise his eyes from the report he was reading, but Kakashi had been part of his personal guard for years now, and he could tell when the man was actually focusing on the task at hand, and when he was failing at it. He had been staring at the same page forever, and had accomplished pretty much nothing at all since the beginning of the day. He still kept silent for a while longer, before giving up and letting go of the report. He rested his forehead against his crossed hands, elbows on his desk, his usual meditative pose. His face was carved into deep lines of worries and guilt. He had always looked so much more lively and strong that would be expected for someone his age, but in the past few years it was as if time had decided to catch up on him. It wasn't about fighting skills, no one questioned the fact that the old shinobi could still lay down most of them flat on their ass in a fight. But being a good fighter and being a good leader wasn't always linked. Maybe they should have thought of that before. "I think you should retire from Umbu, Kakashi." The man loved to drop bombshells like that. More often than not, Kakashi was grateful for the mask. He liked it for the exact reason why most people didn't. It hid his face, his emotions, his feelings. Granted, he never showed much of his face anyway, but there were times where he pondered the merits of never taking his Umbu mask off anymore. People would forget what his face looked like, and even that he had one. That he was human. That he had feelings at all. The mask hid his shock, his hurt too. Had he failed his Hokage so badly that he would want to retire him? It was stupid of him to be upset, while he had been the one to all but request it just a minute ago. What good was an Umbu who wouldn't follow orders? It should have happened way sooner. No one is supposed to wear the mask for so long. Besides, the boy is going to need a teacher soon. Kakashi couldn't hold back a quiet gasp. "Surely you don't mean. Who else would you put in charge of his genin team, Kakashi?" There were about 1 billion candidates more suited to it, that would do a far better job. Guy sprung to mind, Kurane too. Even that jerk Asuma would be a better choice than Kakashi. And yet, hadn't Kakashi done enough running away? It was his chance to make things right by Naruto. The boy was far gone already, full of hatred and resentment. But he wasn't yet lost to them. "I will do as you wish, Hokage-sama. I know you will." There was something like bitterness in his Hokage's voice. Fresh out of his bath, standing naked in front of the full-length mirror, Naruto was staring at his reflection. He avoided his face, since he couldn't help but look for tells, like the events of the past few days could somewhat show. He had taken to wonder about every little thing, which of his features were a demon mark. His blonde hair, the bright blue of his eyes. His whiskers had to be, for sure. He didn't look. Instead, he focused on his belly. Specifically on the massive seal that sat right there. He had figured that the seal had to show, somewhere on his body, for seals couldn't be hidden, not at all time anyway. They left a trace even after they were gone, on that matter, he hoped nothing would be found on Mizuki's heart. But there was no seal expert in Konoha. He had to concentrate pretty hard on his chakra flow for the seal to show up. And now, here it was. It looked nothing like the few he had already seen. He could speculate over its complexity and power, over the quantity of chakra and energy poured into it so that it would work. For all intents and purposes, it was a giant lock on a set of chains. Biting the fox to his body, and not letting go. He wanted to claw it out of his skin. And yet, he found it beautiful in a way. An intricate work, stable and efficient. A job well done. By who? Who then had the talent and skill, the power to do such a thing? Where were they now? Dead, gone? Why had they done it? Why him? Naruto. We have a visitor. Naruto rolled his eyes at Shisui's cheery voice. The older boy was unbearable with his good mood and good humor. Naruto had no intention of indulging in Shisui's attempts at cheering him up. What could he possibly do to help? What did he know of what was happening in Naruto's mind? Naruto had seen no one else but him since being moved here a few days ago. For the most part he had stayed in the small bedroom allocated to him, lying on the futon and staring at the ceiling. Shisui brought food, sometimes he ate it, mostly he didn't. Shisui asked him what he wanted to do, if he needed anything. A nice sentiment, but Naruto had no idea. He got dressed, some of his clothes had mysteriously appeared in the room the day before, because no one had any qualm about raiding his apartment while he wasn't there, apparently. He debated briefly just ignoring the other boy and going back to lie down in his room. Don't think of skipping on us and hide back in your room, came Shisui's voice downstairs, teasing but promising retribution all the same. He would carry Naruto downstairs if he had to, that was certain. Better not risk it. He hoped it wasn't an adult. He hoped it wasn't any of his friends either. In fact, he hoped it was just thin air, or at worst someone he didn't know at all, and most importantly, who didn't know him. Instead, it was Uchiha Izumi. She reacted much faster than Naruto, and even Shisui. Maybe she was anticipating his reaction. He didn't even have the time to turn around that she was by his side. The hand she landed on his shoulder was light, and he could have broken away from her hold if he had wanted to, could have run away and hide like he wanted to. Instead he was rooted to the spot. It was so gentle, that hand, without pressure or command. It occurred to him that maybe he had assumed wrong, and she didn't know. How else could he explain this? Had she known, surely. Don't you know? About me. It was the question haunting him now, that would cling to him when he decided to step back into the world. Who knew, around him, in the people who looked at him, the ones he passed in the streets? Who was aware of his secret? I do. It wasn't possible. She couldn't. He let her guide him to the small backyard, let her sit him down on the patio. Shisui was hovering behind them, eyeing the scene worriedly. Her hand was still on Naruto's shoulder. How are you, Naruto? I heard about what happened. That must have been terrible. I'm sorry you had to go through this. He shrugged. No one had asked and he hadn't thought about it. He preferred not to. The urgency of running for his life, that visceral fear of dying, and the feeling of stealing the life out of another, those were better forgotten. As was the eternity he had spent in the cage. A day was 1,000 years in the making when he didn't know if he would ever walk free. He saw the bars when he closed his eyes, felt the weight bearing down on his wrists and ankles. How do you like that, brat? Forget, he willed himself, ignoring the barb. Forget. Aren't you mad at me? He couldn't help but ask. Maybe he just liked to make himself suffer. She looked surprised though, the questioning tilt of her head disrupting some hair that came rushing down her shoulder. They were dirty, as were her face and hands. She was still in her Chunin uniform, fresh back from training then, or even a mission. And she had come here straight away. Why? It wasn't your fault, was it? Was she being dense on purpose, so that they wouldn't talk about? But Naruto was never one to make anything easier. I killed your father. Even that didn't seem to shake her up, to make her realize who was sitting next to her. Her face hardened. No, you didn't. Didn't he? He died on the night of the Kyuubi attack, yes. The beast killed him, or caused his death anyway. Then. Naruto, would you look at me, please? He complied, against everything in him that told him to just get the hell out of there. It's not like there was anywhere he could go though. She put her other hand on his shoulder and squeezed lightly, just so that he could feel it. He couldn't help but lean into the touch. The Kyuubi's crimes are not your own. I don't care what people say, they are not. Never was a prison guard accused of the crimes of the ones under his watch, and you shouldn't be either. You're not the Kyuubi, Naruto. You're just a bratty kid. You're not a demon. That's not true. Naruto. Isn't it exactly how it is? How it happened? I received the weight of it, all of it. I bore the consequences. All their hatred, all their anger and pain. That's what was sealed inside me. That's what I am. He wasn't a child in the world's eyes. He wasn't a person. How could they be so sure that he wasn't the beast anyway? Maybe he was. Maybe he was its human incarnation. How would he know? He had never been just Naruto. Naruto didn't exist. Don't be so pretentious. You're not me. And that damn fox who wouldn't shut up. It doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to be what they want to be, or to play the role they want you to play. You can choose who you are. And stand by it. Izumi looked pointedly at Shisui, who shuffled clumsily to sit on Naruto's other side. You're not on your own, he said with a smile, softer than his usual confident smirk. Naruto wasn't sure it mattered anymore. He's not fine. At all, Izumi sighed as soon as they regrouped with Itachi at the dango shop. She sat down by his side and stole a sweet from his plate, but she couldn't even bring herself to look smug about it, and she munched on it unhappily. Itachi didn't protest. No shit, Shisui deadpanned. They had had to leave the house so that they could talk without being overheard by the very subject of their conversation. Since Naruto still refused to go out and see anyone. He was due back in school in a few days, and Shisui had no idea what he was supposed to do if the boy simply refused to go. They had been left to their own devices of course, as soon as the village had dumped Naruto into his care. As always, there was no one to help in any way. He was being unfair to Mikoto, who had stopped by with foods and some of Sasuke's old clothes for the boy, but hadn't stepped into Shisui's house despite her forlorn look to the first floor where he was holed up in. Shisui hadn't been lying when he had said that he was the best candidate for the job, both because of his Sharingan, and because of his lack of political weight. The elders were skittish enough over the monster boy being in such close quarters with the Uchiha clan. Mikoto still had to tread carefully, even if her patience for such bullshit was very obviously dwindling. He looks tired, Izumi added, mostly to herself. He doesn't sleep well, Shisui answered anyway, because he needed to share that with someone. Someone who would care. Nightmares? Itachi inquired, signifying that he was also joining the conversation. Until proven otherwise, Shisui tended to assume he wasn't, that they were just sharing space. Itachi's mind was often far away from his body. He says it's nothing unusual, that he has them all the time but... I listened. I think he dreams of the cage. Naruto slept with the door and the window open despite the chilly night air. Shisui had noticed he even left the bathroom door slightly open when he was inside. Izumi's face soured and she pushed the plate back to Itachi. He didn't seem interested in it either. Did you heard him talk? Not exactly. Not in his sleep. He talks. I heard him say it plainly. I see the bars. Like he was confiding in someone. It's common behavior for victims of isolation and social ostracization. Itachi had a knack for deadpanning facts like that. He doesn't feel like he can tell anyone, but it helps to say it anyway, Itachi elaborated, vaguely embarrassed by the sudden focus on his rambling. Therapy was doing him some good, that was for sure. That sucks, Izumi said, for lack of anything better to say. Shisui hummed in agreement. What did Kakashi say? Itachi asked next. Their mentor had cornered Shisui after one of the meetings at the Hokage office they had been forced to attend as insiders of Naruto's life. Shisui didn't mind telling them what he knew, but he found it astonishing that it was the best they got. That there was no one else to ask. He wanted to know if I was sure about it, if I was going to be okay, stuff like that. He asked if I could keep him informed about Naruto's well-being. I think he felt guilty about what happened. He's always had an interest in him, Itachi commented, pensive. Kakashi often asked, offhandedly, about Sasuke and his friend, when he met with them around the village, seemingly at random. He and Itachi were very close, closer maybe since they had left Umbu, while Shisui was more reluctant. Kakashi had been quick to apologize for not seeing anything and not helping with the Danzo affair, and too quick, in Shisui's eyes, to take the blame for it. Distributing guilty tickets wasn't the point, to him anyway. That was more Itachi's forte, he hogged all the tickets to himself. That's why he and Kakashi got along so well, even if they had to fight for the tickets sometimes probably. Maybe, but he never showed it to the one who's concerned. What did they all have with the silently watching from afar, really? Another thing Kakashi and Itachi shared, Itachi had pulled a similar stunt with Sasuke, convinced it was for the best. How could staying away and not say a word be for the best? How could it solve anything between two people? It was the most basic communication lesson. In order to work, communication had to happen first. Shisui believed Kakashi to be genuine in his worry and concern, but when Shisui had suggested Kakashi just dropped by and saw for himself, he had received a flat not for an answer, a claim that it wouldn't be well received. Shisui had wanted to say Kakashi wasn't the judge of that, but Naruto was skittish enough already, that Shisui wasn't going to try to force stranger into his company if said stranger didn't even want to put in the effort either. Thanks for earlier by the way, he said to Izumi. I thought it would help. You're better at this than me. What do you mean? You did great. I didn't do anything. He was up and about, and even talking. That's more than I expected, you know. Shisui shook his head dismissively, embarrassed by the praise. I tried my best, he said lamely. Why? His eyes snapped back to Itachi, surprised. Why what? Why did you? Why agree to this? Itachi was as impassive as ever, his cold eyes trained on Shisui. His tells were almost unnoticeable, the subtle folding of his mouth, a barely there tightness around his eyes. Shisui wondered if you could ever remain a good shinobi to those who knew you the best. Wondered if Itachi still had the capacity to hide things from him. You could have refused, he continued, mistaking Shisui's silence for confusion. If you had wanted to. There weren't any judgment or reproach in his voice. He was just trying to understand, as he often did lately. It could make him appear callous and unfeeling, to those who didn't know him, when it was the opposite really. Izumi looked curious too. She too wondered, but she hadn't dared ask. Itachi wasn't aware enough of the weight of his own words to be concerned with that. I could have said no, Shisui agreed. He had thought about it, it was such a big responsibility, especially since he had no intention of acting as a prison guard. But then, they would have asked someone else. Who would have probably said no to? Ask enough people and they would have given up, decided that he could be left on his own after all, as long as there were Umbu watching him from afar or something. They would have sent him home alone, and that would have been the end of it. The politics of the matter were sensitive enough that no high-ranked could be asked, and the lower shinobi wouldn't want to approach the matter within 100 miles. We would have all forgotten about it and move on. But not him. It was easy to see that Naruto was adrift. He didn't know who he was anymore, and what to do. Shisui could relate to that. And Itachi could too. Do you remember, he asked Itachi. After it all went down, what everyone said? They said, you should have come to me. You should have told us. I was on your side. I would have listened, would have helped. They said it like it was obvious. Your parents and the other Uchiha leaders, the clan heads, the Hokage. And we even agreed after a while. That we could have, that we should have. It's easy to say now that we know how it turned out. He wasn't aware of how much Itachi had told Izumi about that whole mess. Enough, judging by the look of understanding on her face. If not the details then the generals, how they had found themselves cornered and alone, seeing no way out, no one to turn to. But if we didn't, back then it couldn't have been that obvious. There's a reason why we didn't ask for help. Why we kept it all to ourselves. Because no one ever told us. No one ever told us that. Clearly, without detour. You can trust me. I'm on your side. Whatever it is, I can help you through it. They all fancy it to be such a given, all think they are above any doubt. But the truth is, nothing is ever obvious, as long as it's not said aloud. Especially for us shinobi. Those things are useless if they are kept quiet. He took a sip of Itaka's tea, hoping they would interrupt him, say something, anything. They didn't. He went on. And they think they're on Naruto's side too. They are, some of them. And they would have said, I can't help, but it's fine, because he can come to me, if he needs to. But how is he supposed to know that? I agreed because I wanted to do it, for real. I wanted him to know without a doubt, that he had even one person in his corner for sure. Isn't that what adults are supposed to do for kids? We've been told enough that we weren't kids anymore, so he won't be left to his own device like we were. I won't let that happen. Only when his voice faded away did he realize that he had gotten carried away, and he ducked his head, blushing, embarrassed by the way his two friends were staring at him. He hadn't meant to get so lyrical, and he felt self-conscious about his ambition. Wasn't that pretentious of him, to think he could do better than everyone else? But that's why he was angry at Kakashi, who had decided he couldn't help without even trying. Shisui wouldn't do that. He wouldn't turn his back on the angry kid. Neither Itaka nor Izumi mocked him in any way. Izumi smiled proudly, and Itaka kind of smiled too, soft and subdued, a sight that was slowly becoming familiar. You will make a great teacher, Shisui, was all he said as an answer. Shisui looked away, trying and failing to hide a smile of his own. He had told only Itaka about it, had made no formal demand yet. He was scared of being denied, but the more time passed, the more he was convinced this is what he wanted to do. This was the only thing that made sense for him. Do you think he will believe you? Izumi inquired with a worried tone. I don't know. Maybe not anytime soon. But I hope it'll make a difference, someday. It will, Itaka said. As it would have for us. It will, Izumi confirmed, confident. You know we'll help, right? We'll be right there beside you. We don't make such a bad team, Itaka added, pensive. He said that with such a serious face, like he had pondered over the question in great details. Who knew, maybe he had. That we do. Izumi laughed, slamming a hand on his back. The dango stick between his teeth flew straight out of his mouth and into his tea. Gross. I was drinking that. It's my tea. Yeah, go buy your own. Izumi, you were drinking that too. Huh. True. The shop owner was starting to look at them dirty anyway, seeing that they had purchased a single set of dango sticks for 3. Shisui got up to order more tea and more dango, after Izumi's dramatic plea that she was a portionin on a portionin budget and that Shisui was the responsible adult here. Itaka had the gale to laugh, that traitor. Shisui wondered why life couldn't be easy like that all the time. Hiruzen looked at each of the clan heads standing in front of them, one by one. For all of them he could call up a memory of a time they barely reached his waist, he could still see them running through the streets, laughing carelessly, or coming back from the battlefield, grim and bloody, haunted. He had seen them all grow, become stronger and stronger, build their family and nurture their clan. Here they stood now, a united front, a vision he had always hoped for, that was more than welcome. Even if they were united against him. We believe it would be for the best, Hokage-sama, Shivi said with his ever-calm voice and composed attitude. He was as neutral as they came in the dynamics between clans. They used to have Shikaku address him for such matters, but he was deemed too close to the Hokage's power now, and he himself was reconsidering his position in their government. It was all changing, and Hiruzen would have been a fool to say it wasn't for the best. Not that he wasn't a fool anyway. I agree. It was satisfying to see he could still surprise them. They had already dismissed him as an old inconvenience, but he would keep his seat as long as no one suitable came up for replacement. Which they were already thinking about, apparently. You do? Fugaku asked, skeptical. He had always been the wariest of Hiruzen, understandably so, but it was reasoned now, practical. They had all grown. It was good to see them like this, with both the village and their own interests at heart, trying to build something together instead of each looking for the most profit on behalf of their clan. The tangibility of one of those clans' annihilation could have that kind of consequences, he pondered. As he often did, Hiruzen's thoughts drifted back to Danzo. How convinced he was to always act in the interest of the village, how much more prone he was to, the means justify the end, than Hiruzen had ever been. Hiruzen had not approved of most of his friend's action. But he had never seriously tried to stop him either. The worst thing about uncovering Danzo's many schemes was to realize how much of those Hiruzen already suspected. The questionable methods of route, being for training or recruiting, the summary way he had dealt with anyone he deemed a threat to their safety. His encouraging of Orochimaru's experiments. None of them he had lived up to in the end. When the time had come to be held accountable for his actions, he had either denied or tried to downplay it, invoking the village, always. The sacrifice of the few. Hiruzen couldn't help but notice that Danzo himself was never the one to be sacrificed. He shifted his head slightly, just to catch a glimpse of a cat mask out of the corner of his eyes. Both Kakashi and Tenzo were here in his back, silent guards over that difficult conversation. He wondered what they were thinking about. He wondered if Tenzo resented him, like Kakashi did, even if he tried to deny it. Tenzo would follow Kakashi out of Umbu, it was practically a given. Whoever came after Hiruzen would have to build up their own entourage of trusted allies. Hopefully they would do a better job at it than Hiruzen, but he wasn't naive enough to believe they would be spared the kind of terrible decisions that had led to where he stood today. Even Minato had been fully aware of that. "I do," Hiruzen confirmed, coming back to the present where they were still hanging on to his every word. Amazingly enough, they still retained some respect for him. More than he deserved, at any rate. "So if we do bring a worthy successor," Tsum stated, liking things to be laid out on the table as clearly as possible, "you will step down." "I will." They couldn't understand how much of a relief it would be, granted it was someone he could trust with the village's future. There weren't many, and most of those people were either dead, absent, or missing, but he trusted they wouldn't make any hasty decision. Hiruzen had done his time. More than his time, really. They turned away then, not without a last salute. Hiruzen dismissed the two Umbus, they would only be standing outside the window, but it was an illusion of privacy he could deal with. As always, he couldn't help but remember he shouldn't have been the one to be sitting in this chair at all. Minato stared at him from his portrait, unblinking, still as death. Thinking about what could have been was an exercise in futility, and yet Hiruzen couldn't help but indulge. Minato was supposed to be better than all the others, better than him, on all account. He would have united the clans much sooner. He had the unparalleled advantage of not being from any of those either, and not being a Senjo, who had had a hold on the village from the very start. He had a knack for politics, no matter what his detractors said about his brash nature. His emotions were his strength, not his weakness. He empathized with all, allies and enemies alike, and he could bring about compromises that could resolve the most dire situation. He was young, full of passion, more in tune with their world than old Hiruzen, who was from an age long gone. He wouldn't have treated the Jinchuriki this way either. Hiruzen could tell himself all he wanted, that he had had no choice but to restrain Naruto, that the boy was a very real threat to the safety of the village, that one outburst could bring down all they had built in these past few years. He had had no choice, but he had been the one to let the situation come to this in the first place. Naruto's distrust and anger were on him, as was everything else. He had naively believed that the boy would be fine, would make friends and grow up like any child. He had turned his eyes away from the matter. Faced with the overwhelming scope of Danzo's crimes, it had seemed unreasonable to focus on the one child. He had thought that someone else would step in. But wasn't that what everybody thought? Leave it to someone else? Someone else hadn't come. No one had. Jinchurikis truly were the power of human sacrifice. It wasn't just their body, offered as a prison to the tailed beast. It was their whole life, their very humanity stripped down from them, peace built on the ruins of their future. Receptacle of the hate and fear the tailed beast elicited in people, as well as of the beasts themselves, suffering so that others could thrive. Why was it this way? Why couldn't they do better by those who had received such a burden? But people were all too happy to have an outlet to their grief. How easy it was to have Naruto to blame, instead of a nameless calamity they couldn't see or reach, instead of the tantrum of a fate they had no control over. If it was even fate at all. He had heard about the Uchiha looking for one of their own, gone rogue, and turned against them. What supreme irony would it be if the fox wasn't responsible either? Things were as they were now. The past couldn't be changed. Naruto's look when he had recognized Hiruzen behind the bars of his cage wasn't the first child's desperate face that would haunt him for the rest of his days. He couldn't even reasonably affirm that it would be the last. It doesn't have to be that way, she had said. You don't have to be what they want to be, or to play the role they want you to play. You can choose who you are and stand by it, she had said, with such determination, such fierceness. Izumi was born half in, half out of the snobbish Uchiha clan, and she was a girl. Not a winning starter pack. She was still an accomplished Chunin at 14, soon to be promoted, or so Sasuke had said, pleased as punch. It was easier for him to relate to her, hard-working and headstrong, than to his brother, who was so unlike him. Naruto understood what his friend was in her, why he liked her so much. She was proud and unyielding, and no one could tell her what to do, who to be. She didn't get the point though. Naruto had said that he was the demon, at least in everybody's eyes. He had not said that he didn't like it. His goal wasn't to be liked, it had never been. He didn't care about what they thought of him, he didn't care for being feared and hated. As long as they left him in peace, what did it matter what they all thought? All he wished for was to be free. As a demon or as something else, it didn't matter. He couldn't change how they saw him. It was on them, not him. Their problem. And Izumi willing to put up with him, that was her problem too. Surely she had known, before coming to find them at the training ground to give them a hand. Shisui too. They had approached him without fear. He wasn't going to try to change their mind. He didn't understand it, so he just had to accept it and move on. He wouldn't rely on it anyway. In the end, his goal was the same as it always had been. He had to get strong, strong enough that he could leave this place behind someday, no matter how long it took. Since they kept him here for his own safety, then he had to become so strong that nothing, no one outside the village could harm him. Then they would let him go. And by the time he could do that, his friends would be strong too, and they would be able to protect themselves. He could leave without regrets. At least now he knew where he stood. He would no longer wait and hope for any form of recognition and acknowledgement, for anything coming from the village. Now that he had the certitude it would never come, he could let go of these stupid wishes. It was a relief in a sense. What mattered now was that no one ever found out. No one more. Among his generation, nobody knew about him, and he would make his damn hardest to keep it that way. He would never lose control again like he had in the woods, he would never use this power in any way. As far as he was concerned, it didn't exist. He wouldn't listen to the fox and let it seduce him to its side. Nothing had to change. Life sucked just as hard as it had before, which was what he had always expected of it. Naruto didn't care. He didn't need them, their acceptance and their support. He had made do just fine without it and he would keep doing it the same. Nothing had changed, in the end. His life didn't have to change in any way. It was all fine. Are you going to be alright tomorrow? Naruto groaned a non-committal sound back and had the small satisfaction of witnessing Shisui trying very hard not to roll his eyes in exasperation. Naruto was actually losing his mind over the perspective of going back to the academy the next day, and Shisui was the only one around to receive the expression of his worries. Do you want me to come with you? I don't need a fucking babysitter. Another aborted eye roll, another short exhale of air through his nose and brief moment of clenching teeth. This was fun. You're so badly behaved. Yeah, sorry. No one raised me. Shisui really didn't deserve that, but then again, those who deserved the burn of one's anger were rarely there to take it, that's why they deserved it in the first place. The orphan boy excuse can only take you so far, you know. Naruto snorted, surprised, and choked on a mouthful of ramen. That's pretty mean, he said around a cough. I know, I'm terrible. Despite his obvious frustration, Shisui was keeping his cool, no close to anger in any way. He treated Naruto as the annoying brat he was, nothing more. It was destabilizing, but it would have been a lie to say it was unpleasant. Are you going to tell your friends? If only he could quit it with the serious questions. No. I think you should. No way. They wouldn't mind, you know. You could. I said no. His hand hitting the table disrupted their bowl, making a mess on the old damaged wood. All right, Shisui agreed, unfazed. But I think you're wrong. Naruto swept the table quickly before hiding back into his bowl. I don't care what you think. That was kind of a lie. Silence fell on the classroom as soon as Naruto walked in. He had intended to arrive much earlier, but he had underestimated the time needed to walk to the academy from the Uchiha district. He had thought he'd left early enough to avoid Sasuke on the way, only to find the boy already there when he arrived. All faces turned toward him. He did his best to ignore them. Sakura didn't though, and she scrambled to her feet to run to him as soon as she spotted him by the door. For a horrifying second, he thought she was going to try and hug him, but she stopped at an acceptable distance, a wide smile on her face that folded her scar in half. You're finally back. I'm glad you're feeling better. He shrugged, embarrassed. Did she have to be so blunt about it? It had only been a week. It's not like they could have missed him or anything. Must have been pretty sick indeed, Ino drawled at Sakura's side, casually leaning against her friend, an arm propped on her shoulder. I guess, Naruto said warily. What did she know? She was always so damn noisy, always meddling. Would she tell, if she had heard? He didn't feel like building up a lie onto that, especially not to counter her. If they started to ask too many questions, he would just leave. Now was as good a time as any to wonder if Shisui would scold him for skipping classes. That would be crazy. They didn't ask though. Sakura shot Ino a warning look and the girl shrugged but went back to her seat without another word. Naruto couldn't do the same, Sasuke had taken her place, right there in front of him. Are you alright then? He asked. It wasn't concern, in his voice and on his face. They couldn't care that much. He didn't want them to. Yeah, of course. You sure? I'm telling you. You don't have to worry about me. Sasuke crossed his arms, displeased. I'll worry about you if I want to. What was Naruto supposed to answer to that? Thankfully, nothing, because Daikoku interrupted them to send them to their seats so that he could begin the lesson. It was fine. Naruto could do it, easy. Nothing had to change. Nobody knew anything. He had almost managed to convince himself of that, until class ended and the teacher told them to stay put. Just a minute, everyone. I have information to pass down to you, concerning Mizuki. Naruto's blood turned to ice in his veins. It has been unearthed that Mizuki was very likely working against the best interest of the village. You are the ones who have had the most contact with him. If there is anything that comes to mind regarding this matter, something that happened that you found odd or suspicious about him, you should take it up to one of the teachers. We are trying to evaluate the scope of his actions, and your help is needed. Daikoku didn't look at Naruto once. It still felt like there was a spotlight cast on him. The room erupted into indiscreet whispers as soon he was done, speculating about what Mizuki could have done, what they could say. I guess he has been sabotaging us from the start then, Shikamaru said casually to Koji in Naruto's back. Yeah, that makes sense, Koji answered, otherwise unconcerned. Mizuki's particular brand of terrible teaching had been a given for so long, no one seemed moved by the confirmation that he was most likely doing it on purpose. No one would miss him either. Did that make a difference to what he had done? Sasuke cornered him at the end of the day, just as he was going to elope. You don't want to train. Sorry, I have a lesson planned with Sai. He was pretty sure Sasuke didn't believe him and tried not to feel too guilty about his hurt expression. Naruto just didn't feel ready to face him. He didn't know what to say. It was so strange, because nothing had happened for him. Apart from Naruto vanishing for a week, things were the same in Sasuke's world that they had been a week ago, while Naruto's had been torn apart, left in shambles. It felt alien to be there now, to act as if nothing was amiss. It was good though. Back to normal. If you want to talk about it, Sasuke said, eyes boring into Naruto's, refusing to let go, I'm here. To listen. I can help. Naruto considered it. For a wild moment he was on the verge of the precipice, of spilling everything. Of asking Sasuke to reassure him, to tell him everything was okay, things could be salvaged, that they would be alright. But despite all the things Naruto was willing to risk, ready to lose, this one, he just couldn't. So he lied. I'm fine, he said, taking a step back from that urge, shutting it out. Feeling that he would never have the courage to reach out for it again. Seeing disappointment on Sasuke's face, fleeting but unmistakable, before he agreed, before he stepped back too. The moment was lost. Naruto would never tell. Sasuke watched Naruto's retreating back, screaming and raging in his head, begging him to turn around, to change his mind. Tell me what's wrong, he wanted to yell to his face, tell me what happened, tell me how I can help. I'll do anything. Please don't shut me out. Don't go away. He said nothing at all. We didn't have a lesson planned, Sai deadpanned when he opened his door. He still let Naruto in. Sai lived with his brother Shin above the Yamanaka flower shop. A way of asserting they were under the clan's protection and tutelage, even if they didn't live in the main compound with the rest of them, by their request. Naruto could understand, who would want to go live into a foreign clan out of the blue. He kind of had, but what he wanted was irrelevant. The flat was small, but nice enough, full of sunlight throughout the day and nicely set up. The walls were covered in Sai's painting, Shin insisted to hang most of them. In a corner, there was a small calligraphy, 3 kanjis clumsily arranged together. Naruto, one of his own works. It was strange, because Shin didn't seem to like him very much, even if he never said anything. He had still hung that one up next to Sai's name, and his own, done in much nicer brushwork by their residential artist. Other people's feelings and thoughts remained a mystery to Naruto. As much, he supposed, as they did to Sai. You didn't have a lesson planned, Shin remarked upon seeing him, a hint of reproach in his voice. Sai dismissed it though, and Shin followed suit with a sigh. He tended to let Sai be. Well, I have some errands to run so, yeah, I'll leave you to it. He was either considerate enough to leave them the apartment for their little sessions of knowledge exchange, or he wasn't comfortable sharing Naruto's space. It didn't matter either way. The result was the same, he was out of their hair, and Naruto could breathe easier. What did you plan on making? Sai asked, walking to the little kitchen in a corner of the main room. Naruto set the grocery bag he had in hand on the table. I was thinking something sweet. Matcha rolls. I'm not much for sweets. Me neither. But most people are. I see. Food is usually an appreciated gift. Naruto nodded without commenting. He hadn't really thought this through, he just needed an excuse to come, and an impromptu cooking lesson was one as good as any. They fell into it easily. Sai did as asked, always with manic precision and an abundance of questions as to how, exactly, he was supposed to perform the simplest task. How precise does the measurement have to be? What do you mean, liquid but not too liquid? Is it bad if I put 3 pinches instead of 2? Naruto had yet to drill into him that this wasn't poison making and that it didn't matter all that much. He kept his calm and answered as best as he could, and when he snapped, Sai just looked at him blankly, waiting for him to calm down. Which he did quickly enough, anger died out fast when there was nothing to fuel it. Seriously? I said gradually, not 1 grain at the time. How many then? How, you're having me on right. I know you know we don't count the freaking grain of sugar. This was Sai's way of trying to be funny. Most of the time it flew over people's head because they couldn't tell the difference between his genuine confusion and him deliberately playing the ignorant fool. Naruto liked to imagine it was also a way of getting back at people who had often complained about how he didn't know anything about nothing, how he couldn't perform the most basic tasks. He had seen a teacher try to explain to Sai 5 times in a row how to fasten his weapon pouch properly, which Sai knew how to do perfectly well. Naruto kind of envied him his impassivity, to be able to pull such pranks. To be able to hide his emotions so well, because he wasn't stupid enough to believe Sai just didn't have any. That wasn't possible anyway. He knew, he had tried. He lost track of time, engrossed in an activity that had always brought him solace, if only for a little while. It never lasted long enough though. Soon enough the cake was baking in the oven, the cream was done, and he had nothing to occupy his hands and mind anymore. "Was there something you wanted to ask me?" Sai asked with his usual way of putting zero intonation in his questions. It made him sound like he already knew the answers, which in turn made people more inclined to spill. Whether he did it on purpose or not, it was pretty effective. "Yeah. Do you want to ask now?" "I'm not sure." That was the extent to which Sai would go to obtain an answer. If Naruto stayed silent, he wouldn't ask further. Both because he didn't feel like insisting, and because he didn't care, probably. Naruto took a steadying breath. "You've killed people before," he said. "Haven't you?" If Sai was surprised by this line of questioning, he didn't let it show, like he didn't let anything show as a rule. Some kids had laughed at him for not having any functioning muscle in his face, as they had said. He had stared at them until they had been too uncomfortable and ran away. Naruto wasn't supposed to know about his brother and him and where they had come from, but Naruto had had a mind once to dispute Ino's title of best informant of their year, and he had an easier time sneaking into the Hokage Tower. "Yes." "How many?" "I don't know." "Several." Sai seemed unfazed. Figuring he would stop answering if he wanted to put an end to the conversation, Naruto went on. "How did that make you feel?" Sai took a long time to answer. The rumors of the busy street filtered through the gaping window. The shimmying of the bell that hung above the door of the flower shop carried all the way into the apartment, an uneven rhythm of soft jingling, before the door closing cut the exchange of greetings at the shop counter. Also very mundane, peaceful, and bland. So close, and yet so far away. Untouchable. "I don't know. Nothing in particular, I think. I was following orders. Or I was trying not to get killed." "Were they all shinobi?" "No. I am, though." That justified it, or at least that was supposed to. Shinobi obeyed orders. Shinobi had a right to kill. What did it make you feel? "Yeah, tell us, little boy, what did it make you feel?" Naruto has a grimace behind his messy hair. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tune it out, not fully. He didn't know if it was a change in the seal, or if it was just because he was aware of that presence now, locked up at the back of his head. It wouldn't leave him be. Sai didn't look otherwise perturbed, and Naruto figured he didn't know. He just assumed that was where Naruto's questions were stemming from. That right there was what made it a good choice to ask him, his inability to be surprised by anything. And to judge in any way. "I'm not sure. I didn't mean to, but I don't really regret it either." "Why did you do it?" That, at least, was a simple enough question. "I didn't want to die." Fair enough. What's the problem then? "I feel like I should feel bad." And you feel bad because you don't. Put that way, it sounds pretty stupid. But, you know, I've always heard it said that killing someone was a terrible thing and that it changed you as a person, but had he not learned what he had, he wouldn't have been so disturbed by his lack of emotional response over Mizuki's death. He couldn't help but wonder now. Was it because he wasn't exactly human? Was it because he was damaged somehow? Unable to feel what others did? Was he just heartless? "Why are you trying to put all your faults on me?" Naruto growled, frustrated. "I don't take pleasure in death either." It sounded almost hurt. "I don't know if that's what they say," Sai answered, oblivious to Naruto's internal warfare. "But it's pretty hypocritical of them. We are raised to kill, after all." He wasn't wrong. Maybe it had been truer for him than for the rest of them, but it was still true in the end. Wasn't that where they were all heading, eventually? There was no such thing as a white shinobi. Eventually, they would all be covered in blood. In all probability, you will kill again. It's a good thing not to be too torn up over it. "You're so depressing, Sai." "Am I?" The oven chimed in, bringing them back to the present, to more earthly concerns. They spread the cream on the cake, rolled it, cut it into slices. It didn't look so bad. Such a small thing, but it made Naruto feel a little better. I'll take half. I thought you didn't like it. It's not for me. He hoped Shisui did like sweets. Thank you, Naruto mumbled on the doorstep, looking away from Sai's blank face. You were the one to teach today. Naruto chuckled. Often enough it didn't change a thing if Sai was serious or not. An easy way of handling him was assuming he never was. Thank you for letting me teach you then. See you later. Goodbye. Naruto ran down the narrow staircase, feeling restless after their loaded conversation. He was ready to start running his way back to Shisui's place when Sai's voice stopped him from the window. Naruto. What? It's a good thing. That's you're alive. It was such an odd thing to say. Especially with such disinterest. Naruto wasn't sure it was true, but... You too, he answered, though it didn't make much sense. Sai nodded solemnly, and maybe it did, a little. Even if it was hard to believe. Check the description for the links to the author.